Calling meeting to order, 5:39. Vice President Hosky,
Here.
Board Member Secretary Wells. Board Member George.
Present.
Board Member Montoya.
Present.
And I am here, so we have a quorum for. And Sharon, did you get that?
Yes, I got. Thank you.
Okay, when Marion comes on, I guess let us know.
I will.
Any comments?
No comments from the audience.
Okay, we'll go to reports. Item A, Mimi Claw, request for approval of gift donation for Nashudi Elementary School for Subway gift cards by Mimi Claw.
Good evening, board members, Central Consolidated board members, and I hope you're all doing well. And let me make a correction. That's Mima Claw, and you're gonna have to excuse me. I am fighting a cold and ear infection. So I am requesting. I know a while back we made a request for bike donation from NECA, and that didn't go the way we expected. So my other alternative was to seek another donation, and that would be Subway gift card, and this would be in regards to our second semester attendance. And the kids would still also have their name pulled out from a jar. And I know there was a letter, and I'm actually on a phone, so I won't be able to read what was on there. But I understand that Miss Keams had sent the information regarding this donation. And since the donations from NECA fell through, I don't know how many times I made numerous phone calls. I've called May 8th, May 11th, May 16th, May 24th. I talked to Jackie Begay with NECA, and I notified her as soon as we got the approval of the bike donation. However, I think because of the change in the Navajo Nation leadership, there was a huge change being made. So there wasn't there wasn't the leadership there to make that final decision. And so also I understand, according to Jackie Begay, that she had mentioned to me that the board members of NECA didn't approve the donation, which was 1,072 for 7 bikes. And so I started looking for another alternative, which was the $7 gift card.
Okay, so, do you have all that documented that, in your letter on the dates that you tried to contact and, we can't hear you? So,
Some gift cards, $7.
and you're, oh,
Could you repeat that again?
yes, in your documentation, did you, document all those times that you try to contact NECA? And,
I had, and even that, like I mentioned, March 8th, May 11th, May 16th, and May 24th. I tried contacting, the person in charge of this, which was Jackie Begay. And, I understand too, like I said, that they had a board meeting and, we weren't approved of those bikes. So my other altercation, I know this, the Wednesday before, I think maybe it was the maybe the 16th of May. I know it was the week before school was out. They had said they were going to set up a tentative meeting. I was never notified by Miss Begay about the meeting.
Good evening, Board President Aspis. This is Ms. Keene.
mhm,
Hello, can you all hear me?
yes, but before you go any further, Ms. Keems, was there, when this was originally requested, how far back was this?
I believe, Ms. Clough, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we made this request before the board. Was it in January or February?
It was in February.
And the original request to NECA started last fall. And then with the inner changes that were happening within NECA, that was affecting the donation. Ms. Claw had initially contacted one of the representatives from NECA who told her to go ahead and submit a donation letter. And she did that. She followed through with their request and went through that. And then we submitted that request to the board for the board's approval, for CCSD board approval back in February, which was approved. And in some, Ms. Claw kept calling and calling she made numerous calls to NECA, and NECA eventually stated that it was not approved. Therefore, that's when Ms. Claw, due to the timeline, we were at the end of the school year there, right at the second week of June when we had our award ceremony, and she just took it upon herself. We had to recognize the students, and that's when Subway agreed to donate the $7 gift cards. As far as citing the dates for calls that were made to NECA, that's not included in the letter that was submitted to the board. We didn't add those details.
Okay, so can you collect all that along with, Steve and get that whole, paperwork to Steve so that, we can look through that, and then also, from this point, so the donation or the fundraising request is changed to, Subway cards?
Yeah, the donation from Subway in recognition of our students with high attendance rate during the second semester, they donated $35 worth of gift cards. So those 7 students that we recognized with high attendance, they were the ones that received a gift card.
Pre-K to fifth graders.
Pre-K through 5th grade. There was one
Okay.
student per grade level.
Okay, and this is kind of a tricky situation. Um, yeah, if you could just get all the documents and the paperwork and work with Steve on this.
Okay, will do.
And so have the subway, those have already gone through the process of approval of the board.
No, that
Not yet.
didn't go through the approval due to the timeline. Again, the end of school, we were scrambling like the day of awards day, the day before awards day, to recognize the students. And because the bike donation fell through, that's when Subway made a donation of the $35.
And gift card.
And gift cards, 7 gift cards.
Okay, at this point, go ahead and fill out the forms that should have been filled out for a donation. And get the necessary signatures, and so it's right there.
Oh, she does have that. The forms.
Are they really $7 gift cards?
They're $5 gift cards, 7.
Is the value correct on there? 7 or is it
Oh
5?
dear. I think I miscalculated. It should have been 7 each at 7, so that's $49.
Okay, that's right.
My background is preschool. Remember, I'm still learning how to multiply.
They were $7 gift cards?
Yeah,
Just
they were
so-
kind enough. They were kind enough, and I guess because of the increase of the sandwiches and the combo, they gave us $7. And this is locally from Shiprock Subway.
So,
Board president asked us, I'm sorry.
okay, go ahead.
I completed the request for approval of gift, the sheet, the 1-page sheet for requesting for approval.
Mhm.
I completed that and I submitted that to Ms. Ray last week. I'm
Okay,
not sure if it's attached.
yes, it's on our presentation right now.
Okay. Okay.
And you'll have to clarify, make clear the cash portion of it.
Okay. I will make a correction.
And possibly a letterhead stating what happened, what occurred, and that this is after the fact. Would it be?
Okay.
Okay.
It's not after.
Okay, so how would she write that?
I mean, essentially what happened is an entity promised to make a donation and then pulled out. That technically requires them to follow through on the donation. Potentially, that's why I'd like the information so we can write them a letter and say we'd like you to follow through. And this is a separate donation,
Mhm.
and it seems like they did what they needed to. What do you mean by after the fact?
Well,
We did.
they didn't get the request and all that done before they
Awards
gave.
day.
So, I mean, and after the fact is really about us expending money without a PO, right? And then getting reimbursed. So it's a separate thing. This is essentially them giving the donation to the student before getting board approval, so all the board would have to do is ratify that. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think you could just, refer back to your original approval.
Mhm.
That meeting, whatever meeting they said February or January, February, and refer back to that approval and then just reference this replacement. Because they couldn't get the other donation like Janine said.
I guess you're gonna have to follow up on this and-
That's fine.
and see what happened there.
You mean-
Okay,
Like, that's a big.
Board President,
go ahead.
this is Sharon. Marion Wells logged in at 5:51, and then I need someone to open the door for Suzette.
Oh, that's
Oh.
what Jersey's saying.
Thank you.
Jarrett's on his way.
It's too fast for me.
Jarrett, that rabbit.
I didn't even see it. She just, she was, sorry.
I didn't see it.
Two messages here.
Are you sending to me?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. And he sprints, he got a message.
I think it's like a parent putting down their phone for it.
Yeah. I had just put it on silent, sorry.
Okay, so
Sure enough.
I guess we're done on this item, and Ms. Keens and Ms. Claw, if you could provide the necessary documents to Mr. Superintendent Carlson.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and
All right,
we'll just go on from here. Thank
all
you,
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you for your time.
and thank you for doing that for the students, you know, I mean, I think incentives are always something that it does good. And I really appreciate that you sought other avenues. Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you.
I open it up to other board members. Comments, questions?
I have no comment at the time.
Board member
No
George,
comment.
board member George,
Yes,
any comment on the item A?
no comment, thank you.
Okay.
Any comments?
Any comments? We just got.
Can we write a letter about that? A letter about reneging on their.
Well, it depends on how they're donating. Letter. Because we can't make anything.
No, we don't, but we should just send a letter because they,
Okay, so we'll go on to item B.
Thank you.
Thank you. Request for approval of gift donation for Kirtland Central High School JR OTC from Four Corners Power Plant. Argus Contracting by Pedro Larrabis.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, board members. Good evening, board president. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here tonight and present in front of you. Originally, we had submitted this donation request and had an approval from the previous board meeting regarding a Bronco statue from the class of 2023, and the Four Corners Power Plant was helping us support that by donating money. We received a follow-on check from Argus Contracting This is a sub-entity of the Four Corners Power Plant. And we're just requesting your approval to go ahead and process that additional $500 from the power plant to support the purchase of the Bronco statue.
Miss Ray, can you scroll up a little bit on the okay. Any questions, board members? Comments?
Board President,
Go ahead, board member.
I just want to thank you for all the effort for students in Kirtland. I truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. We do. We love being there and doing our most. And like I said, this one is going through JROTC, but it's actually for the class of 2023. And we do our best to do as much school support, community support as we can. So we enjoy doing it. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, board members?
I don't have any questions or comments, but just thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, yes, thank you. You're always doing a lot over there, especially with ROTC and I'm just surprised board member Montoya didn't ask for a chieftain on that Bronco. So, but thank you so much.
Well, we appreciate it.
We know that's implied when you go by there.
Okay, we're going to head on to item C. Discussion of the MCJROTC program at Shiprock High School. Stacy Gallagher.
Video is really weird. Good evening, board president, board members, Mr. Carlson. I am here. My video is having issues on my new computer, but I will try to get it up and running. Yeah, I think it is covered. Found it. Ha! Got it. It was covered up.
Do you wrestle your avatar?
Yeah. You don't have to talk to my avatar. How can I help you with our JROTC program that we are have been trying for over a year to find one teacher for, and are now going to have to find an additional teacher? We will not have a teacher.
So is this position, well, received email on this matter, and I forget the gentleman's name. And
I think it was Mr. Bratcher.
Yes. And so he was really concerned about it going away and not being available. And I agree with him because, you know, this, just as Larabus has really done a lot with students with these programs, I think it's valuable. And so my question on how to obtain a instructor, I don't know if that's what you would call that person, but is that through the Marine Corps or is that through our HR?
Okay, so it's through the Marine Corps first. Our HR has a portion of it. So I'm going to kind of give you the steps that have to be gone through to find a JROTC instructor. So first off, there has to be a retired, not just someone who's left the service, a retired Marine has to submit an application through the headquarters Marine Corps. And then a committee at the headquarters Marine Corps will determine if that Marine is a good fit to become a JROTC instructor. If the Marine is considered to be an instructor, they will be given a 5-year certification. Once they're certified through the Marine Corps, then they're able to apply for any Marine JROTC job opening throughout the world. So they first have to be certified with the Marine Corps, and then they can apply to our programs. And at that point, once they apply, then it's in our hands to interview and stuff. So last year, I've had a position open for over a year now because it's a 2-person program. I've had a position open for over a year. We had one person apply. We interviewed, we recommended for hire. He had to sell a home wherever he was at. So he was supposed to start in October of 2022. He kept pushing his date back because he couldn't get moved. And then by January, he decided that his wife was going to take a different job and he wasn't coming. Since then, we have sent out numerous emails. Our current teacher, who just did his last day today, has sent out emails. He's contacted people he knows. We've had like 2 people show some interest, but then have decided that they weren't interested to moving to the area and they backed out. So we've really had a hard time getting someone interested, you know, one of the people who qualify through all these things with the Marines to apply here to, you know, take this position. Therefore, the Marine Corps now is threatening to shut the program down, but I would like at least another 6 months or a year to keep trying to find someone. But I can't even put a substitute teacher in that position unless they meet the qualifications from the Marine Corps. So I literally can't put kids in their classes without a Marine Corps JROTC approved person.
Question.
Go ahead.
I don't know if Mr. Larivas is there from the Kirtland Junior ROTC. We're still on, but could the consideration be made to change it from the Marine Corps, since you're having a hard time finding and filling that position with qualified individuals, that maybe he might know somebody that would be willing to shift it and change it to the Army?
There's a couple steps, so I'm still on.
Okay, thank you.
If you'd want to switch the Marine Corps program to an Army program, Shiprock High School would have to go through the process of applying for an Army program and then waiting for the approval for them to make it an Army program, and then rehire 2 Army instructors through basically the same process that Ms. Gallagher laid out. They'd have to be certified by the Army first, and then they could apply and then go through the school process of hiring. One of the alternatives that we've already proposed when we got a little heads up about the closing of this program was doing a dual program under the umbrella of Kirtland Central High School JROTC. And it's kind of been a discussion on how we can possibly utilize the transportation to Bond Wilson to bring students down that were willing to want to be a part of a JROTC program, but we would still have to keep it under Kirtland Central High School's umbrella. But I spoke with a couple schools already that are doing something very similar. Coconino High School and Flagstaff High School have Coconino JROTC, but they get students from Flagstaff High School to come to their school for the purpose of the JROTC program. So there's a couple options out there available. I know nothing can really be finalized until the Marine Corps officially says, like, that's it, the program is shutting down. But we were wanting to do something either in the interim or maybe look down this path towards a dual school JROTC under the Kirtland umbrella. I'm not sure what would work. but we're definitely willing to sit down at the table and discuss what options we could have to keep the program going. Because I know the Shiprock program has been a stellar program, and the community service events, everything that they do and participate in, it's been phenomenal. And I believe there's still a strong request from the students, like a strong want for them to attend a program like this.
Very good, because certainly it would be my consideration to provide that opportunity for them in the interim while the Marine Corps figures out what they want to do. And since it's been expressed that we're having difficulty finding somebody, maybe the consideration also could be made to looking at the transition. I don't know from your perspective if there's any more additional, or there would be a deeper resource of instructors for the Army as well.
Yeah, the only way we get more instructors is if Shiprock applied for their own separate Army program, then they would provide their own instructors at that point. But if we're looking at making it a dual program under the Kirtland umbrella, then we would just need to kind of come up with a memorandum of understanding as to how much support we're going to be providing. Would it just be classes that the students take, or would we expect it to be doing color guards, parades, community events at the high school or local area, similar to what we do at Kirtland? Then we'd probably have to sit down and see how much is that going to stretch us as instructors at Kirtland. Because as the Army views us, we would still be just Kirtland instructors.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that part of it, but to me, again, the more important aspect is providing the service for the kids and trying to figure out what we can do to continue a program, whichever one is decided on. And again, obviously, it's going to be incumbent upon the Marine Corps to decide whether or not they want to carry it out. But again, providing those kids and students the opportunity.
Yes, sir. We've already fielded that a little bit, discussion with Mr. Garola and Ms. Gallagher, Dr. Benedict, and what can we do in the interim while we're waiting to find out what happens with the program. But we'll see, what Ms. Gallagher has to say, and then we can definitely re-meet and go from there.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I really appreciate, that offer. I feel like we would only have a handful of kids willing to give up all their morning classes, because basically to travel over to Bond Wilson and back between the 30-minute drive and then a class and then the 30 minutes back, they have to give up their entire morning just to go take the class. I don't know that we would have very many. We currently have about 40 or 50 members in JROTC, but I think we would probably only get a slight handful willing to travel at this time. What I did want to ask is if there's any possibility we could have a discussion on sweetening the pot to get people to consider coming to Shiprock, like guaranteed housing, moving incentives, sign-on bonuses, anything like that would make it more lucrative to come to Shiprock than, say, Grants or Gallup or anywhere else. I mean, it's a 27-year-old Marine program. And that's what Sergeant Bratcher is very concerned about, is because he built it. And I am sure that when he comes to the board to speak, that's what he's going to talk about. I would even like to maybe be able to offer him the position until we can find someone else, if he would be willing to come back into the program for a while. Because I think he's still probably certified to teach JROTC. But looking at all the options to be able to draw talented individuals to Shiprock to run that program and to keep it open at the level it's open as it is right now.
Vice President Haskey, any comments, questions?
I agree. Or if there's a way to stagger, I'd rather have, if all else, I'd rather have just for instructor, I don't know if it's possible to have like a morning session, afternoon session, something stagger, and then in the interim, I don't know. Something. It is ROTC programs are really good, so we'll do what we can.
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Board Member Wells? Our Secretary Wells, I'm sorry.
I think the program is exceptional. I think it does a lot for the kids, and I think whatever we can do to facilitate it, I think we should do. I think it's a tragedy that as many people that I talked to at graduation who participated in it and were moving on. I think it would really be a tragedy for them, for that program to go away. So I think whatever we can do to support it and see that it continues, I think we need to do it.
Board President, can I ask a question?
Let me call on Board Member George first. Board Member George? Board Member George?
I think we lost her on Zoom.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Superintendent.
I was just wondering if there is any kind of possibility, since there's 2 open positions for the Marine Corps, and there's been such a struggle, if one position could be closed, with the possibility to open that one position up for the Army, or continue with the Marine Corps position for now, but explore that route for the Army for that other open position, or if it's just you can only have one program at each school at any given time. And I don't know, I just something to consider. Do we know the answer?
I believe you can only have one branch at a school district, in a school at a time. And that even for us to go under the umbrella of Kirtland, we have to shut our program down for our kids to even go over there.
Okay.
Is that right,
Thank you.
Mr. Lerner?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
correct. Yeah, you
That's
don't have.
Okay, what if, I have a question. What if you made Von Wilson the central point where you would have both 2 branches there, both branches, the Marine Corps and the Army. And where they could be bused, you know, from Shiprock or Kirtland, or Newcomb to Von Wilson.
Was Miguel, are you gonna try to respond to that?
Yeah, so the problem is, and we even see it with our Bond Wilson kids now, if a student wanted to be in JROTC, they would have to give up all morning classes. So 3 hours worth of classes to go take one at to take the JROTC class at Bond Wilson because of the travel time. And for Newcomb, it would be worse because it's that much further. So it's just very hard. Your student interest wanes a lot if they have to give up other courses to be able to go. If they, you know, have to give up their whole morning. So, I mean, otherwise, I think it's, you know, an okay idea. It would be best if we could keep at Shiprock High School. We currently have a shooting range. We have all sorts of, I mean, really good things for JROTC. We just need to find a way to entice a Marine Corps instructor to come in. And that's why I'm wondering, you know, if there are some other incentives we can look at That's what the Marines asked me. What are you guys offering as far as moving expenses? What are you offering as far as housing and signing bonuses, things like that? If there's some way we can look at those areas and try to get a Marine in there and not shut down a Marine Corps program, because it's a process. That doesn't even happen overnight. That takes months for them to even shut down from everything I keep talking to Mr. Sergeant Caruth, it takes a while to even make that happen.
Well,
Question.
I believe that we're offering already a lot, which is our students. And so if we continue with Mr. Bratcher, then all of this would just continue as before, right?
Yes.
Okay.
If Mr. Bratcher would be willing to take it on, we could continue offering it as is until we could find a teacher.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Question.
go ahead.
Ms. Gallagher, has he stated that he would return?
He told Sergeant Benali, my instructor who just finished today, that might be the case, that he would be willing to do that in order to keep the program open.
I think that's the quickest, simplest way, is to have that conversation with him to sustain it. And then in the interim, obviously go and search the hills and beach fronts, beachheads for a Marine willing to come out here.
There are currently 250 that are qualified. And out of those, we've been emailing again this week, had one that showed slight interest. And then once Mr. Benali talked to him once, he hasn't heard back from him again. So we may try to reach out again to that person. He's back east to, see the interest. I think that I think it's pretty competitive right now, the number of programs needing instructors.
Thank you.
Thank you. But yes, I would love to try to see if we can get Bratcher to take it on for a while so I can keep it going this next year at least and try to find someone.
Okay, that sounds like that would be something that's a lot quicker and
More feasible.
until we never know, he might stay with it. So okay, any more questions, comments, board members?
No.
Okay, thank you, Stacy.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
So we're head to item D, memorandum of agreement between Fort Lewis College and Central Consolidated School District by Tanya Amron. Jared won't turn the cooler off, so I'm talking funny.
Hello, Board President, board members, Superintendent Carlson, good evening. I have the Fort Lewis MOU, and it's pretty standard. I can run through it pretty quick, but really the only change is the dates that it's going to be effective for. So starting July 1 for school year 23-24, and then also 24-25. This is the MOU that we use for our TESOL coursework. And we've had a relationship with Fort Lewis for TESOL for, maybe 10 years now. Sharon, if you'll scroll down a little bit more. down at the bottom of this page is the matrix that we have for the cost of the courses. This has been the same for, that's also in the last MOU that we have. Same amounts for this MOU, just details what we'll pay as we have our teachers enroll in the program and complete the courses. That's the gist of it. Do you have any questions?
How long has this MOU been going? How many years now?
I would,
Do you
it
know?
was in place for several years when I got here, and I'm starting my 7th year. So I would say maybe at least 10, possibly a bit longer.
And everything is up to date. It's not just copied and paste.
Correct.
Okay. I still think that was embarrassing when our council delegate pulled all that information, Amber Crotty, and saw that our dates were conflicting, and I guess the documents were all copied and pasted for I don't know how many years.
Yes.
So
Yes. Well, this one was vetted through Fort Lewis, and their legal department signed and sent to us all ready to go. And then, yes, of course, we reviewed it prior to bringing it today.
any questions, board members? Comments, questions?
Done.
I don't have any either.
Cheryl, did she get back on, board member George?
Yes, no questions. Thank you.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, Tanya.
You're welcome. All right.
And we're at item E. Update
Thank you, everybody.
on Ninanzad bus stop lights and warehouse fire system by Candace Thompson.
Evening, Board President, members of the board, Mr. Carlson. The first half of this report, I will turn over to Jermaine and Rodney Armenta to report back to you on the Ninanzad bus stop lights. And then I will continue with the warehouse fire system.
Board President, board members, and participants, we have been able to reach agreement on the placement of the light with not only NTUA, but also the landholder. We actually met out there and have the exact area mapped out. In addition to that, Mr. Norm Begay is on the line as well. Listening in, I don't know if he can participate by Zoom or not, but the chapter house has offered to install the light, pay for installing the light. They've asked that we help with the cost of concrete, and so that would be our expenditure there. My understanding is that they have the light pole and the fixture as well. And so with that, we should be able to move pretty quickly on getting the right of way approved, or the addition. I mean, essentially the carve out to the right of way from NTUA. Mr. Armenta, do you have anything different to add to that?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, board members and board president Aspis and Mr. Carlson, Director Thompson. Jermaine, thank you. No, you highlighted everything. Having Miss Theodore there was a big help because she did tell us kind of exactly where the bus would be stopping and kind of where the students would be getting on and off, which Mr. and Miss Lowe, the property owners, were very very kind and wanting to, you know, if they had to put in a gate, a walk-through gate, they're more than willing to do whatever to have the children access the bus as safely as possible, and knowing where that light was going to illuminate to have the students to be able to enter on and off that bus safely. I think it's going to be a great placement. And I do believe that they said that they would maintain the light as well, if I'm correct.
Yes, that's my recollection as well, Rodney.
Yeah, NTUA would take care of the light. They already have the pole, the fixture. They would just like to help on the concrete. Yep, that is correct.
Just a quick clarification, the chapter yes.
Yes, the chapter.
Yes. And with that, we stand for questions, Board President.
Okay, on the lights or the bus stop, I got word from the grandparents from there that they're listening and keeping up to date on what's happening. So
they were actually at the meeting with us when we finalized all of that, as was Mr. Begay.
Okay. So hopefully by fall we'll have that light installed and things completed. Any questions, board members, comments?
No, other than I'm glad it's finally moving forward. That's great.
Yes, I think, excuse me, Madam President.
Go ahead.
I think it sounds good, and I'm glad to see that it's moving forward, that it's actually going to happen, and all parties are in agreement. So I'm glad to hear it's moving forward.
Any other board members with comments, questions?
Just thank you for the effort.
Thank you all for the time, and thank you very much, Jermaine, for all you did for going out there and meeting, and I think it's going to move very quickly, and it'll move. I think it'll be a good project. Thank you all for your time.
Board Member George?
No comment. Thank you.
Okay, and the Mr. and Mrs. Lowe would like to thank you, Rodney, for your report, and you did a great job.
Thank you very much. They were very, very helpful, and we appreciate them very much as well.
Okay, and for the warehouse?
Would you like me to continue, Board President?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Today we had a design meeting today and received some good news. The 8-inch line in 6500 that we conducted a pressure test on is the volume is adequate to relieve us of having to have the 125,000 gallon storage tank. So we will be able to move forward with just a jockey pump for both the old warehouse and the new warehouse. Our designs are 65% complete, with an estimated time, the RFP being out to contractors in August and then to the board in September for approval.
And I believe in the present time right now, how is that situation?
Can you please expand on that, Board President?
for the employees, are they working in the area? Are they working in that work area with with no fire extinguisher or no fire system safety?
No, Board President, they do have fire extinguishers, and we did have our insurance authority, PALMS, come do a review of the warehouse. We have all the doors identified as exits. We're not required by our insurance company to sprinkle this building. This is a choice that we're moving forward with due to because of COVID and the amount of flammable hand sanitizer that we're having to store. That's the reason for building a separate warehouse, is to get that flammable material out of our bigger warehouse and into a smaller storage area.
Okay. I open it up to board members. Comments, questions?
I don't have any comments or questions.
Madam President,
Yes, go ahead.
I'm glad to see that this is finally taking shape. I think it's been needed since the building was built.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad to see that it's finally taking shape, that it's actually going to happen. So onward and upward, I guess.
Okay. Any
Thank
other
you,
board-
Secretary Wells. I know it seems like it's taken a while, but we're just dotting our I's and crossing our T's and making sure we're making the right decisions in our construction documents.
Okay, we'll continue on. Thank you, Candace.
You're welcome, Board President.
And we'll continue to item F, discussion of Newcomb facility options by Candace Thompson.
I'm not real sure, Board President, what this discussion is. There are situations that we need to talk about in an executive setting, so I won't be able to really go into a lot of details because this is going to be a bid process, and we don't want to give anybody the advantage in that bidding process if we were to divulge some contract items that we need to talk about in executive. So I'm happy to do so in an executive session at a later date.
Okay, well, this was an item that was pulled from the special meeting that we had last week. And I didn't know it was a bid process.
Yes, ma'am.
We also had it in an executive last week, Board President, but it didn't make it onto this.
And so I did not know it was a bid process. So
Board President, we could talk about the decision. It's on the agenda about the 6th grade. You know, we can talk about that aspect of this this project and moving the 6th graders.
Mm-hmm. That's the next item.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so on item F, we'll go ahead and wait till Tuesday.
Yes, Board President.
And we'll do that then. Thank you.
Thank you, Board President. Thank you, members of the board.
Okay, we'll go on to item G. CCSD Facility Master Plan and discussion of sixth grade moving to elementary school by Candace Thompson.
Board President, members of the board, again, the facility master plan will be presented to everybody on Tuesday's board meeting. Tonight, our discussion is once again considering moving the sixth grade back down to the elementary schools. So we would need the board to take action on that and decide what path we want to do with the sixth graders.
Okay, open it up to the board. Any comments, questions?
Comment.
Go ahead.
I believe one of the main cruxes of this discussion of moving them has to do with, I think it was a savings of an estimated $7 million. Is that correct, Ms. Thompson?
Mr. Montoya, can you expand on that? I know in our application for Newcomb Elementary School, it was accepted with it being a 6th through pre-K facility.
Well, part of that had to do in the 5-year plan that we were discussing, that number was brought up in respects to Newcomb.
Yes. Yes. Mr. Montoya, you are correct. We did present that at the last board meeting in our 5-year master plan that was submitted. We just didn't have the board's approval to make those changes.
I understand it. That's why I'm stating that would save the district $7 million if the shift was done. And even the consideration when it comes to the junior high in Shiprock, looking at the development of that and the cost savings that it would give us in respects to building a smaller facility and providing for 2 grades rather than 3.
It's interesting, board president, members of the board. Today I was reviewing master plan from 2010 and in doing some research on Sabatai at that time in 2010, Sabatai was only a 7th through 8th grade facility. So between then and the master plan done in 2016, the 6th graders were moved up at Sabatai. So it was interesting to go back and see that history in a 6-year time frame that change had been made.
Go ahead.
Has there been any feedback from the community about moving the 6th graders to the elementary school? Ms. Thompson?
Board President, Vice President Haskey. We did have community members present in our 5-year master planning committee, and that community member was very positive about having the 6th graders back down into an elementary setting. Have we put a survey out? I don't believe the district has.
I was just asking when I was there in elementary school, the sixth graders were with the elementary. So I wasn't aware of when the change occurred. I just wondered if there had been, what the feedback was from the community after the change.
If, Vice President, if I was to speculate, just going over, things that have happened in the facility side of things, we demoed, an elementary school, Natani Nez, and I know the district at that time had to disperse those students to the remaining elementary schools. I know our student count was higher at the time. So if I was to speculate, I'm thinking that's probably why the sixth graders got moved into TBA, because we had the room at TBA, where in the elementary schools, because of the dispersal of the kids from the Natani Nez, that we had to move them to TBA. Just looking at a facility timeline, and this is just me speculating that was probably what triggered that, because Kirtland is still pre-K to 6. So only Shiprock and Newcomb are the two sites that have sixth graders in their middle school.
Okay.
I can kind of concur with that because I was principal at the time that all that happened. The school that, if everybody remembers, were K-3 and 4-6 in Shiprock. And since they closed, I believe Natani Nez was 4-6. And since they closed that, they had to reconfigure everything. At that time, there was such a student count that it would have been difficult to put all the sixth graders in those buildings. But now, since our numbers are, I don't know how many years ago that was, quite a few years ago. Yeah. So we can easily fit the sixth graders now.
Okay.
So, and again, that we would save quite a bit of money. Mr. Montoya's point of that is pretty important, by just building a school to house 7th and 8th graders rather than 6th, 7th, and 8th. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Aren't there some studies too saying that it's better to keep sixth graders in the elementary setting for one more year before sending them to junior high?
There are, you can find studies to whatever your argument is to support it. But there was a presentation made a couple of years ago. I have an open, it was actually in board docs for the last meeting for that discussion, the facilities master plan discussion. And it wasn't put on there for this one, but we could open it up if you want. The other thing that was prevalent in that study was that all the sixth graders at the elementary outperform the sixth graders at the middle school by leaps and bounds, because they're able to be with that same instructor for one more year. So there are definite benefits. In my mind, there's a lot of benefits to keeping sixth graders. Discipline is another one at the lower level.
But we wouldn't necessarily be changing curriculum like from when it wouldn't be in middle school anymore. It would be more of like a junior high setting.
I believe we'd
Right.
still call it a middle school, since we still call Kirtland Middle School. It would depend on the board can kind of dictate a little bit of that too. With if you call it a middle school, I think there's kind of a push now to have more of a middle school concept rather than a junior high, which usually middle school means kind of more pods, kind of more 7th graders together, 8th graders. Junior high just is like a little high school, that you just go class to class to class. There's less of the kind of camaraderie with the group.
Yeah, I've never seen a middle school with just 7th, 8th grader. It usually includes and includes sixth graders usually. So, but I'm in agreement. There's still a level of maturity that needs to be gained in that last the sixth grade year. I remember. But to your point, whatever your argument is, you can find literature to support those areas too.
Through that.
Comment?
Well, then, Paul.
This is to you, Board President Estes. I'm happy to yield the floor.
Go ahead, board member.
So, the connotation of junior high, middle school, I think is more applicable to the 7th and 8th rather than 6th, 7th and 8th. But certainly the research is out there that keeping the 6th graders in the elementary setting is a lot more beneficial in respects to their maturity. And just as the superintendent alluded to, discipline problems. And again, in regards to what we're looking at here as far as development of facilities, that's also going to be a positive as well, and certainly a overall savings to the district to be able to apply that somewhere else for the students. Thank you.
Okay, and can you, Ms. Thompson, give us a little bit more information on how this came about?
And it's, Board President, it was a few years ago, during Miss Ben's term. It was brought to light then. Dr. Lopez Martinez put together a presentation on it, and at that time, that is when I put in the application for Newcomb L under the direction that the 6th graders would be moving back to an elementary setting. So that's how that application was submitted to PSFA with that intent. As Ms. Ben left her term, it's just been floating out there with nobody really taking the bull by the horns and making a decision that the board making the decision that this change was either going to be made or not made. If we don't move the 6th graders into the new Newcomb elementary school, then of course we again drop to a student count lower than what we have designed the building for. So there's also that aspect, and we can obviously discuss that in the executive setting.
Okay.
So it's been several years, Board President. Just nobody has really brought it to the forefront until Mr. Carlson and I had the conversation that this decision needs to be made. Of course, there needs to be a lot of planning on how we're going to move everybody and notify our parents and our staff. So there's a lot of work that has to go into this action. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. If that's the path the board chooses tonight.
I just want to add to that Sutherland had mentioned to me that once the board approves it, it still has to be approved by the state of New Mexico before all those plans can go through. So if it's 2 years down the road or even a year down the road, they should have plenty of time. It's just that before the construction, that decision needs to be made. So thanks for the clarification.
Okay, any board members, any comments, questions?
If we have, can I make a last comment or request? If we have that additional 2 years, can we just find out what our community, the community of Newcomb thinks with bringing the sixth graders back down to the elementary school? I would like to read some of that. I mean, if the timeline isn't a factor. Thank you.
Okay,
Board President, the only way that timeline will be impacted is because we are in design right now. We
okay,
anticipate this project to go out on the streets either the end of December or 1st of January. So it's not super critical, but in some aspects it is.
well, when asking the community, I think that needs to be known up front about what you stated with PED. You know, that it's really not up to them, it's gonna be up to PED.
Process with PED is that anytime you reconfigure a school site, it was approved for grade levels, whatever you have. So you just have to apply for authorization to reconfigure. And it usually doesn't take them a long time, but they have to sign off on it in order for you, because they make all those changes at their end too, like stars, all the stars information, everything changes for the district and at their level as well. So it's kind of an information thing. I've never seen them deny one, but it's more of just information to let them know what the configuration of all the schools are.
Okay.
I believe, Board President, if we go back to our ed specs that we did at both Newcomb Elementary School and Newcomb High School and Mid School, I believe there are some comments in there addressing that also.
We go back to
Say that again.
The
Ms. Thompson.
previous,
Was it the meeting?
If we go back to our ed spec that was presented to the board for both the elementary school and the high school, middle school projects, those comments are also in our ed specs that the board approved and that was submitted to PSFA.
okay. Okay, any more questions, comments, board members?
no, other than I would like to see those results again. If it's there and if it's available already, I don't see a problem with looking at those results on Tuesday, having them in Board Docs. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Candace.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board, Mr. Carlson. Have a good night.
We'll go on to item H, Save the Children report by Peter Deswood III.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Aspis, Vice President, Secretary, and board members, Mr. Carlson, any of my colleagues online. So I'm just going to give an update of the Save the Children, where we're at. I do have Ms. Elfrida online as well. I also have a representative from Save the Children with us, Ms. Yaha Aguilera. So they're on, if they have any questions I can't answer. So right now we're currently proceeding along with having 3 additional staff help Kirtland Elementary School, Ojo Elementary, and Mesa Elementary. So the costs that's going to be provided by Save the Children is almost $60,000. This is for a position to help our schools to go out and work with the community, kind of liaison between the school and the community to our families who have young learners in the school. So the part of that the district is going to cover is estimated at about $7,000. Some of it, of course, is a computer. Another, of course, is travel. But we did talk with the various departments, academic departments, and came up with a game plan for how this will work. We also met with the principals from the 3 locations to get input from them, answer any questions about the Save the Children program and how it will impact their schools. So Yaha or Elfrida, did you want to give any other updates that I might have missed?
Hi, this is Alfreda. Thank you for your update. And I don't have anything right now that I can think of. I think you covered what it was you wanted to share. Yaha, I don't know if you wanted to share a little bit about what you're doing with the schools.
Yeah, and from my side, good night, all of you. Thank you for having me. And yeah, like Mr. Peters said, we were really happy to join with all the principals, discuss about the program, and some of the comments was, what else is there for other grades? Because this program runs from prenatal to 5 years old, and we're really happy and excited to be working with the district, and hopefully within the future we can bring more programs into it. But for now, we would like for you guys to know who we are, how we work, and what is the outcome that we want to bring, especially for the community. We want the community to get comfortable with who we are and learn more from each other and collaborate with the school, collaborate with other agencies and other programs that are in there. So in other words, this is just the beginning of, I think, a really cool partnership between you and us and all the other programs that we are hopefully going to bring later on.
So other than that, Board President, we do stand for questions.
Question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Deswitz, what's your understanding of the educational process with Save the Children as far as the academic side?
Yeah, so just from collaborating with Yaha and her colleagues, so they are working, like she said, with prenatal, working with them and teaching them some basic skills, providing them books to the families, working on literacy, early literacy, basically getting books in the hands of families and providing them an opportunity to work with their young learners, become readers, work with them, sitting down with them, teaching them to read, very similar to the process, with a literature-rich environment. Students are comfortable with books. So that's kind of my understanding from the presentations and the collaborating that we've done with Save the Children.
So the other question to you, Mr. Deswood, is this all done in English or is it done in the native language?
Well, from what I understand, it will be done in English unless there is a Diné language component. I know Yaha said they partner with Bloomfield as well, so maybe she can provide context as far as if they provide reading and literacy in our native language, but
Okay,
not.
So the other question is this very similar to the PAT program that the school district currently utilizes?
Yes and no. Originally, Newcomb was a community that was identified as well to be part of Save the Children. From what I understand, the students that they had identified there were already participating and the parents as teachers. So it wasn't ideal to be there in Newcomb because their program was, was deeply rooted. So a third location was identified, and that was Kirtland Elementary.
So would the program supplant or just work in support of the parent teachers?
Support of, work with. So it's an additional staff to help reach communities. Like we said, we do have parents as teachers in these schools, but it's an additional support to help and reach students that we may not be able to reach.
Do they do the advertisement, or is that the school district that does that?
Yaha, can you answer that question?
Yeah, and I can add a little bit on to that because we had a conversation with parents as teachers to see how we can collaborate together. Apologize if you hear my dog in the background. But we talked to them and see what areas will be best for us to help them to support to each other. And to answer your question about advertising, the people that will work in these positions will train them and help them out with recruiting, advertising, all of that will be provided by us.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, board members?
I don't have any comments or questions. Thank you.
No comment. Thank you.
One more question.
Go ahead.
In regards to the funding of the individual that provides that support, is that continuous through the life of the program? That 1 or 2 years? How does that work? And then will the district have to absorb that cost?
So we did talk about this question. So I do know about this. So what will happen is, like I said, 60,000 is covered by Save the Children, but the finance department or whoever oversees the grant manager will submit invoices to Save the Children, and then Save the Children will cover the expenses as we go through the year. But if once everything is up, they'll initially send an amount. I believe Yaha said it was about a third of the costs to get the program started. Thank you.
Okay. So there's no supporting documents for this report?
Board President, no, there isn't, because it was just an update of where we were at currently. I just wanted, Alfreda and I just wanted to provide the board with updates of the progress that we were making to get this program or this project up and running.
So the updates are not documented?
Well, we've met and we've talked about it. So I mean, if you would like a formal report, I can draft that.
Yes, please.
Absolutely.
Madam President?
Yes, go ahead.
One more question. So if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was Dr. Harvey is the one that brought this program to us. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
So I just want to thank her for those efforts, for the consideration. I want to state that publicly for certainly reaching out and diversifying the assistance to our students within this district. Again, coming out of the ICO, that's a very positive effort. So thank you for that, Dr. Harvey.
Thank you.
Yes, for archive reasons, let's get those updates documented and so that we have that on hand.
Yes, Board President, we will work on that and get it submitted by Tuesday.
Yeah, I will make a comment.
Oh, go ahead.
I'd like to also echo what Board Member Montoya said. Thank you, Dr. Harvey, for everything you're doing, especially in light of the increase in students being identified as McKinney-Vento. So I appreciate your hard work and your diligence in identifying the students and all your effort in helping meet those needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would also like to add to that. I didn't know how much to divulge earlier, but with McKinney-Vento, I'm told that we went in something like from 150 to doubling, and about over 300. So that's the reason why I would like these documents and on hand, and not only for archive but reference and support. So thank you.
May I add to your comment?
My comment, or
Yes, to yours.
go ahead.
Certainly justification for everything that is occurring, and again, the additional grant money and whatever support that can help with our students. Again, that's why I wanted to reference Dr. Harvey's efforts. And again, because of the considerations of the district and the economic circumstance at this time, and certainly to what you just alluded to as well. So for that, thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, thank you. We'll go on to the next item, which is end of the year testing report by Peter Deswood III.
Thank you, board members, President Aspis, Vice President. So I will, a lot of the work that we've been doing this year, a lot of the targeted effort and support is evident in the data that I'll be presenting tonight. So this is 3rd through 8th grade IMSSA data. Again, it's beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year. And 2 areas to focus on are the green bars, the horizontal bars, as you can tell. And just so everyone's clear, that there are 3 areas per grade level that are tested. This is 3rd through 8th grade, and all areas showed growth. So that's 18 areas that we had growth, some as high as 22% growth. Okay, so again, the green bar for 3rd grade reading, we had less than 1% to 13 mid-year to 24 at the end of the year. Also, in another area, whenever I meet with principals when we look at data, is looking at that red bar, right? That red bar was that 80% of our students needed support. Mid-year went to 71. At the end of the year, we were at 40. Go ahead and go down, because notice the green at the very bottom starts at 9 to 27 to 32. So we had growth as far as students who were on target. And then the red bar also went down, and this is for 4th grade. And then let's take a look at the next area. Started at 19 to 23 to 24. Oh, go back up a little bit more. And then the red bar also decreased 38 to 34, but that stayed the same. So let's take a look at 5th grade. It went from 12 to 14, and then go to the next page. 12 to 14 to 21. So according to the Public Education Department, when 90-day plans are written, they state growth. A stretch goal is 10% or more. So in many of these areas, as you can tell, we've met those stretch goals, depending on each school's 90-day plan. And this, again, this is district-wide data. Okay, so let's take a look at seventh grade. Went from 17 to 16. There was a dip, but then it went back up to 30. So from the beginning of the year to the end, we had a 13% gain, so double digit. Oh, and then the bottom, which is eighth grade, went from 18 to 22, and going to go to the next page, and that landed at 27. Again, 18 to 27, 9% growth in on target, and very, very similar. This is just data that we're seeing across the board. That red bar decreased from 64 to 59 to 46. So we're moving kids. We're moving kids to the right. Our students are growing. We're seeing growth. And that was for language. Let's take a look at the next area, the third testing area, which is language usage. Again, 5 to 11, mid-year to 24. So that's almost 21 or 19% growth. That's for third grade. And of course, that red bar decreased as well. Looking at our fourth grade scores, we went from 16 to 21 to 31. So again, that's 15% growth, double digit. And of course, moving kids to the right. We went from 62, I think that says 46, 45, I don't have my glasses, to 30. So again, that side, those kids are moving over to the right, which is what we want. We want to move our kids from needing to support to moving them to the right so that they are on target. Let's take a look at fifth grade now. Go ahead and go to the next page. We went from 22, we stayed at 22, but then we went to 26. So some areas more significant than others, right? Again, this was 4% growth, but we went from 39 to 31 to 30. That's for fifth grade. Sixth grade went from 14 to 11 to 24. Again, positive growth, that's 10%, that's double digit growth. So at the bottom, we see seventh grade went from 15 to 21 to 27. So that's 12% growth that we saw in seventh grade. And the last eighth grade tested area for this unit, 6 to 15 to 16. Again, we see 10% growth for eighth grade. Who went from need support, and again, kids, emphasis on moving kids from that red bar to the, yellow bar to green bar, moving them to the right, which historically, whenever the PED looks at that, we're moving kids, the kids are growing, the kids are improving. Okay, let's take a look at our third tested area, which is mathematics. And again, we saw some significant growth in math. As you can see, we had no green in this third grade. And then I think this was 1 or 2, but up to 14%. Okay, so that's from the beginning of the year, that's 14% growth. So our teachers are in there, they're working hard.
Hold on.
So with that third grade class, Mr. Deswood, where's the beginning of the year? Do you have that data? So
Yes, we do. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, looking at that, our students need a lot of support in third grade and fourth grade in math.
That is correct, ma'am. If you can tell, that very top bar is, it says 93. Look, 93% of our students were in red. Then we worked with them. We dropped that down. That's double-digit growth right there. If we moved double-digit percentage of kids up to, so if you think about this, 10% of our kids is about 33. So double-digit, our teachers district-wide moved 66 students from red over here to, need support. Okay, so moving or approaching.
Approaching, yeah.
Okay, so then nothing here, and you're right. And that's where like our 90-day plans, aligning them, making sure that our dollars are focused on on the actions and improving student outcomes. So if it's a green bar without a number, that's usually typically 1 to 2%. So 1 to 2% of this amount is like 5 or 6 kids. But then we went to 14. So we had growth where they were on target. But more importantly, we went from 93 and we moved students. So at the end of the year, we only had 53% that weren't on target, which is what, almost 40%. So that's about 120 kids that are math teachers district wide move kids to the right or to being on target, because at the beginning of the year we had no students on target. Okay, so that's very significant whenever you look at the data. Very similar. Let's take a look at 4th grade. 93% it's needed a lot of support to 75 to 48. Again, that's almost 45% decrease, or we moved kids to the right, went from none to 5 to 18. So you think of that to having maybe 1 or 2% on target to 18%. That's 18% of our students moving to the right. So if we figure 34 students, 10% would be about 34 kids. So almost 20%, that would be about 68 kids that we got on target, that our staff, our teachers with support moved those kids to the right. Okay, let's take a look at our next area, our next grade level. 5th grade, very similar, 64 to 62 to 41. So 20% decrease in our kids who were scoring in the bottom, third. So we, on our top side, we went from 6 to 11 to 22, which is 16% growth to students on target. Okay, 6th grade, go ahead and go down a little bit.
Madam President,
Go ahead.
I have a question.
Go ahead, board member.
Mr. Deswood, I truly understand and respect what you're saying, but kind of to the point of Ms. Haskey's concern that these graphs, these numbers, in an ideal situation, the orange should be green and the green should be orange, and all the way down from 3rd grade through 5th grade. Tell me, if you can, what would flip that? What could the district do? What could the teachers do? Because this tells me that the fundamental arithmetic's numeracy is there's a disengagement somewhere, that these kids are not getting the foundational math to do the arithmetic, especially in these lower grades, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Granted, there's a bit of a bright spot here in the 5th grade where they started on 6 and then went to 22. But overall, I'm looking at the overall numbers. And quite frankly, these overall numbers on the impact on the state assessment, which we haven't seen, we won't get until, I believe, it's August. So in your professional opinion, what would it take to entirely flip this graph from 3rd through 5th grade? What can the teachers do? What can the schools do to flip that?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question, board member Montoya. So one of the things, of course, we did root cause analysis on all of this. So a lot of the targeted support that we're providing teachers. Actually, I will remember at the beginning of the year that our numbers were so low that anything that we try to do, we're going to see growth. Well, that's what we're doing. We're systemizing some processes. Some of the things that we looked at with talking with teachers, being, observing classrooms. I did almost 160 walkthroughs with principals district-wide. So seeing what's going on, having an instructional focus all year long. This year, we're having principals and teachers say, what's our focus going to be this next year? Having a focus from the top down. Those are some things that we can do. and of course, PLCs, in professional learning communities, kind of formalizing that process, which is the justification for our Welcome Back PLC that we're doing district-wide. And some of the things, like Hattie states, when teachers are collaborating and working, we see stuff like this. This is evident. This didn't just happen by happenstance. This was very targeted support for teachers and principals and helping them grow professionally and most importantly, helping students grow. And that's what we're seeing here. Some other things that we're doing, and from hearing the voices of our teacher, is we don't know all the programs. We need training. That's why this year we're simplifying things, not adding more programs, but just getting better at the existing programs we had. I don't know if you remember me presenting earlier where I said principals last year were, assessed and asked how many programs that are they currently working on. There was 71. Well, we've whittled that down to right around 20, where we're going to focus and get really good at those 20 programs, providing professional development so that instead of going a mile wide and an inch deep, we're going to go an inch wide, but a mile deep, making sure that we have our teachers are all on board. And of course, with a lot of turnover that we've experienced in the last 3 to 4 years, a lot of the things that we did before, we got to onboard. We got to make sure our teachers know our systems. We got to make sure teachers know our processes. Some other things is aligning dollars. I know you all, the board always challenges us. Is our investment, is the return on our investment at its highest? Well, those are things that we're looking at. We're evaluating our programs and trying to figure where are we getting the best bang for our buck? Well, our people, investing in our people, investing in the right people, making sure they're supported, trained, and provided an opportunity to grow with these coaching and feedback sessions. So those are, one last thing is, a lot of times if you see your proficiency scores low, a lot of times that's your tier 1 or level 1 support. You're teaching to the entire class. So a lot of times when you see that, one of the things is, do all of our teachers know where our curriculum is? Is that curriculum easily accessible to all of our teachers, especially with the turnover that we see? Do our new teachers that are coming in know and can access easily our curriculum? So this summer in July, we're bringing our teachers back, and we need to really streamline our instructional materials, our curriculum document, so that a two-page document where in fact, maybe in the next board meeting, I can show you the work that we are doing with curriculum instruction. And of course, a lot of the work that we're doing is tied to root cause analysis. We go through where we ask, what are we doing wrong? Where are we missing steps so that we can prove? And then we have benchmarks along the way that we can say, here's where we're at, here's what we're doing, so that we're not hoping for good scores, where we will know that our scores will improve, like we're seeing in this data. And of course, these are just one set of data, right? There's other sets of data out there that can be used as well, but this is what the PED gives the districts, to look at and for teachers to write action plans for how to improve. Sir, I hope that answered your question.
No, not really. But I'm saying that from the perspective, and trust me when I say that I'm trying not to dissuade the positive movement to the right, as you said a few times. And I know from the specific research that the teacher's estimates of achievement, when you look at influences and effect size, John Hattie and all the research that he's done, that teacher estimates of achievement, scores of 1.62, which is the highest growth. And then you have collective teacher efficacy, that is also high at 1.57. Now, in my humble opinion, as an educational leader, entrusting the educators and the tools that they need to provide and be more effective in that classroom, and their judgment, knowing their students, and then building off of, again, that numeracy and arithmetic in the very early grade grades where it's introduced earlier and more stringent, in my opinion, would certainly help to drive that orange down and the green up. Because dare I say, without having gone and looking at specifically, I imagine there's quite a few kids who are moving up to 6th grade that don't know how to multiply and are very challenged in reading. So what do we do and how do we do it to help them get to that point to where they can become a lot more functional as they move through junior high? That's, to me, is, I mean, again, I see the movement. I've looked through these documents before, and that's what troubles me, is the very high numbers at the beginning, which tells me it's not being retained or it's not being locked in through the teaching. There's something missing, and everything that you said, again, I've got a problem with it, because I see a disservice to these students, especially those that are now moving up to 6th grade and are challenged. Thank you.
Board President Aspis, may I respond to that?
Sure.
Mr. Montoya, Member Montoya, you're absolutely right. And that's why what we're doing is very intentional. And like you said, teacher efficacy, right? I think you said 1.57. So with that, teachers knowing what their content is and being able to do it, okay? And part of that is, if we have a teacher that is growing and producing the numbers, one of the things is working with principals saying, stay out of their way. They know what they're doing, but not only that, but leveraging those teachers. Remember, I talked about making curriculum documents, identifying which teachers across the district grew kids, moved kids to the right, which ones had growth, bringing those in, no matter if they're level 1, level 2, level 3, but bringing those teachers in who had tremendous growth and having them be part of that process, because something they're doing is working well. And a lot of times when I met with these principals, when we had grade levels that had like double-digit growth, a lot of the most common theme was they collaborate. They look at student testing data, not just assessments. They look at student work and they identify what's good work. Very similar for TESOL. Here's what quality work is. Let's make sure that our students know what quality work looks like, providing them an exemplar. Now, this is what we need to achieve. This is what we're working towards in communicating that to the whole class. So a lot of what you just said, Mr. Montoya, is embedded in the actions we have taken this year.
So, to your response, if I may, you said something that kind of jumps out at me about the efficacy of those teachers that are pulling out those numbers, and it's sporadic and it's throughout the district. I understand that there's successful teachers in every building, and it was a point that was made to the Secretary of Education, the current one and the one that he preceded a couple of years ago, that the answers to the problems are in our own backyard, and to utilize that success in those buildings to build off that success in those buildings. And again, let's say you have a 4th grade teacher that is just knocking it out of the park, pulling really good numbers, and certainly has that open conversation with the 3rd graders and the 5th graders. That's the kind of collaboration that I'm talking about in respects to open-ended conversation in those hallways and those classrooms, and certainly unimpeded by a principals or a administration's do as I say, not as I do, or certainly imposed by the state. And that was one of the points that I made to the current Secretary of Education when he was talking about differentiated application at the state level and a collection of data. When I stated that to him, I asked him basically about using that data to impose and to mandate, or to apply it as the first word in this pamphlet to differentiate, because each classroom is different, as you well know. and understand. And those teachers in that classroom should know those kids and should be able to differentiate rather than having to follow a mandate of a specific strategy in that classroom. When they have an adequate toolbox to be able to do that, I wholeheartedly agree, then that's when they can be more effective in that classroom, understanding their students. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. If we could go down a little bit further, let's take a look at 7th grade. So we went 7, 10, 18, 45, 41, 37 for the students who are, I think that's red. My colors must be off because Mr. Montoya sees orange and I see red. So one of us is, has.
I see pink.
Okay. All right. So we're all seeing different things. I think that's part of it too, right? We need to make sure all our teachers are seeing the same color, right? And I think that's what we mean. Like, we need to hear what teachers are saying, and then we need to provide them that support. It's interesting, your comments, Mr. Montoya, because I just met with dual language teachers yesterday and going through the domains with them and having those conversations, right? The conversations, our teachers are the ones with the kids. We need to be listening to what they're saying. And what they're saying is, we don't know how to get the data from our instructional programs, the ones that we currently have. So that's why we said, well, let's take a step back and not get new stuff, but let's use these programs that we already have in our computers and in our classrooms and get better with that. So, and then let's take a look at 8th grade really quick, and then that'll be the completion of my report. So 7 to 13 to 22, again, 69 to 53 to 39. So that's what, 20% decrease in those students who need support. I think one thing last thing I want to make a comment about is, I'm not happy, right? We're not happy with that. This red bar is still high, right? Yeah, we're patting ourselves on the back for those little wins, but big picture wise, we have work to do, right? And that's why, with the support from the board, with the support of Mr. Carlson, with the support from directors coming together and working for the benefit of our kids, making decisions based on data, right? So that we're not hoping for good data. So then we put stuff in place and we make decisions based on numbers and data, even though it's one piece of data, but we have other data indicators that we look at. But being intentional with what we're doing, not just going out and in Navajo, we say, there's kids, we're just not doing it like without knowing what we're doing. There's a process to the way we're trying to improve our schools. And that's what's worked for me. And when I led my own school, it's what worked for me when I was a teacher. And most of all, it's what's working for our district. But I want to thank you, board members, for trusting Mr. Carlson and the directors for us to do this work so that our kids benefit, so that our kids' future opens up, and so they're not hamstringed by a math, a language, or a reading score. So thank you.
And I would like to add to that with I'm not a number person other than what I do for work. As far as data, and I'm just not that kind of person. And so, and you hit it just right, Peter. I, as a board member, have confidence. Before I can say I didn't, to be honest, but I have confidence in who we have in trying to make our students better, for them to graduate and function. So I like what I see as far as, collecting the data and I hear what you're saying. And I guess, my thoughts too is, can some of this be put back on us? Can it be used against us? As other, organizations or other groups, try to figure out and address, Yazzie Martinez. Those are my questions, and if this could be used back against us, and maybe there's, a different way of, relaying the progress.
Board Member Aspis, thank you for the question. I don't know of another way, maybe an executive session to present the information, but I think,
No, because well, when you're looking at reading and, at the top of your presentation, well, not that one. I'd say maybe the math portion where it had 93%. I mean, that looks bleak.
Yeah.
And, but I see what you're saying, and, is there a different way this could have been shared?
I guess we could have just done proficiency rates or the green bar. But I think whenever we look at this information right here, this is going to be public information. You can pull a lot of this information off the public education website, our historical data is on the PED website. And so, I guess in transparency with you all, that's why we wanted to share, because I feel like we're going in a positive direction. We're hearing it from our staff. This is just one indicator that we are moving in a positive direction. And in my opinion, this needs to be celebrated, because we are making incremental improvements. And indicators aside from student test data, we hear it from teachers, we hear it from our principals about support, teachers about support. Teachers, like I said when I met with dual language teachers, thanks for coming, being visible in the buildings, being visible with the language teachers and supporting those programs. But I mean, like, this information is moving in the right direction. So I'm not too sure. I mean, I guess I can touch base with Mr. Carlson and Mr. Venturina, and then present this information in a more, I guess I don't know how to say it, but in a more appropriate manner. But I mean, it's our data, and I think that's part of it. Is we're owning it, and we want to improve, and we're not satisfied, right? We're not satisfied with those reds, but that's why we're committed to making sure that every one of our kids has an opportunity to learn.
Yeah, I don't mean to not be transparent. It's just that, I mean, that kind of looks bad, that first one on mathematics. And that's 3rd and 4th grade.
May I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead.
I guess that this is in terms of the progress that we have made. we were, I think, all the school districts and including us were hindered by the pandemic, something that was really out of our control. And I think that as long as we provide the resources and the training and professional development for our teachers to help them understand the data and then identify the areas of need, that I think that would I think it would look a lot better in terms of maybe in a couple of years the comparison will be different, but right now it just looks not so well post-pandemic. So I look forward to seeing what happens next year. Thank you.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Board President, may I comment?
Yes, go ahead.
And you're right. I think, I guess the reality, yeah, that doesn't look good, 93. But I think whenever you look at this, that's when if we went from 93 down to 53, that shows the level of support, the level of commitment we have to equity, and the way we are spending our funds. Our funds are being targeted to support our kids. And then of course this coming year, I mean, with 90-day plans, dollar, I mean, we're tightening stuff up, right? Dollars that are going to be spent are going to have to be tied directly to your 90-day plan. And based on the data that we see, right, we need to be focusing on these areas. In fact, we have a math program that we saw at one middle school, making decisions based on the data. TBA had really good data for their math, like tremendous, like double-digit growth. And they were a part of a program called Mid-School Math. Or there was another program that were part of, but they get targeted support. So like being intentional, that's why I said we're intentionally making decisions, not just pulling stuff out of the air and trying it, but based on what our people are saying and what our students need and the data. And the data just helps us make decisions, but it lets us know where we're going from the beginning to the middle. The middle, if we need to make adjustments, we better make adjustments to support our kids. So that's kind of how we use this data.
So looking at that mathematics again, and on the second column or the second line for third grade, and so the green area shows no number, so there's none on target. Is that what that means?
It means less than 2 or 3%.
Okay.
May I make one more comment, Board President?
Yes, go ahead.
I think one of the other things too to understand is math is one of those areas that is proficiency is really hard to achieve. So as a math department and when I was a math teacher, we increased our math scores from 15% to 38% proficiency, and we got like a state award, right? 38%. But then you're like, well, what about the other 62%? We fail those other kids, right? But in mathematics, it's one of those subject areas where if we're seeing growth, and I'm not justifying what's going on, but in relative to other districts, like these numbers are pretty common. In fact, we have some schools who have probably exceeded or the state, and as also on the national level, as you can probably ask Mr. Carlson in his school, when he had students that would beat the national, or classes and grades that would beat the national average, but still more than likely it was probably between 50 to 65% proficiency. So I guess whenever you look at to the big picture and the relative nature of these scores, it's kind of hard to compare it how we are when we are just looking at ourselves as a district.
Okay, that sounds better. ahead.
So, Board President, I think, and to Vice President's comment as well, Mr. Deswood, potentially what we could do is just asterisk or a footnote on the bottom so we can describe the pandemic concerns. We also had testing gaps during the pandemic times. And so that way, with respect to what Board President's concern was, from an archive standpoint and also from a legislative reporting standpoint, we have a little footnote there that just describes why we had those gaps and also describes how quickly we are making the gaps up. And that way, then it's not, taken out of context. If someone does IPRA it or find it in a presentation or on the internet somewhere, then they can't skew it because it's got the footnotes.
Yes.
Absolutely, that we can do that.
Comment,
Go ahead.
shouldn't that asterisk be put over the entire state then? When you talk about that IMSS testing and even the state testing? My point really to say what I said a little earlier, and kudos to you, Mr. Deswood, for making the gains that you did in the school that you were at. And I've made these comments before about having specific reading interventionists, specific math interventionists. And I understand as well, in respects to some individuals having a harder time to teach the math. We're talking about first, second, third grade, where it should be solidified when they come out to start actually learning the math. And again, the basic foundation to be taught. That's where, in my opinion alone, where I think the emphasis needs to be. Certainly the suggestion of having a math camp for your lower grade educators so they fully understand how to engage as the students and teach the foundational math. I'm not talking about bringing in New York Engage where you teach it for 6 hours and then expect your teachers to go out there and master it and teach it themselves when they themselves don't fully understand New York Engage. I've made this comment before. I wish somebody would come in here and show the board how to do New York Engage and see just how lost they would be with New York Engage math. So my point again is, as much as I don't like what I'm seeing in front of me, because it is, quite frankly, and there's no other way to put it, appalling, because it hurts our kids. That's why I say that. And at the end of the day, the 5 board members that you have in front of you on the screen and in that room are responsible for these kids. And from a fiduciary's perspective and standpoint, I don't like that. I don't like the fact that they are the way they are. And I think there's a whole lot more that can be done to ensure that those bars are flipped the other direction. I'm not talking about competency, I'm talking about proficiency. There's a difference. You understand that, correct? I see you nodding your head. And that's really where we need to be. So whatever we can do, and you've made the comment several times about going to the teachers. I'd like to know specifically, what kind of questions you're asking the first grade, second grade, third grade teachers when it comes to math. What help they need specifically, what kind of professional development they need specifically to solidify the foundation for them to be able to teach that numeracy. So by the time they get into 4th and 5th grade, then that's when the true learning of mathematics occurs. And again, we see the proof is in the pudding that something's lacking. And again, as a fiduciary and being responsible for that education, I'm not very happy with those numbers. Thank you.
As far as the asterisk over the entire state, I think each board, each district needs to come to that conclusion. But yes, and I don't want that to be a cop-out either. But it is fact. And I don't know what this math that you're talking about, curriculum. Do you,
Yes.
and sounds like the new math, is that the,
It's a version of it. Yeah, it's when people say new math, that's something that's kind of misconstrued. It's a bit of a misnomer. It's just revamped curriculum, math curriculum that basically this style of teaching math incorporates more of a,
is it like the 50% to the 0%
I don't know what that is.
grading scale?
No, no, it's not. It's helping students conceptualize their learning, and instead of just giving them rote ways to do things, it actually tries to get them to understand the math, the actual math. As a math teacher for many years myself, I'm a proponent of it, just because Common Core mathematics is a change, and this is an approach to teach Common Core math.
Okay, maybe we could have that as a presentation from one of the math teachers to see what it is actually.
I like that idea.
Mr. Deswood, real quick on the asterisk conversation. We might want to reference the fact that we had pretty remote schools as well and very high incident or impact in our area in that asterisk, because that did come up at the LFC meeting and in that report. And so wherever we can, I do think just, and not in any way contradicting Board Member Montoya's points, but just from a paper trail perspective, I do think that's probably a great point by Board President and Vice President to document.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions, board members? Secretary Wells?
I have, this conversation has been interesting. I have no more comment. I mean, no other. I think from the data, we can see that we've made progress and made substantial progress and good progress. And does that mean that we're where we want to be? Certainly not.
Mm-hmm.
But it shows that we're moving in that direction. And I think that's a positive thing.
Okay. Board Member George?
Yes, thank you. You know, it's really hard for the teachers to really teach, you know, with, you know, they have to come up with the MSSL, is that what it is? And become the SAT chair, you know, not the SAT chairs, but they have to do the SAT process along with teaching. And then, you know, they just have so much on their plate that the PED incorporates. And then also, you know, it just makes it hard to teach. And I think our Common Core subjects, you know, it'd be helpful to have those subjects taught by a certified teacher, you know, for math is actually certified in teaching math. And it's just really hard for the teachers to teach during the day with all the other stuff that they have to put on their plate. A lot of behavioral issues, disruptions in the class, and, you know, having to be just 5 people at one time, you know. But I do agree with everybody else's comments, and, you know, I know they've made some strides moving forward. And, but thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? comments, Vice President?
No, no additional comments.
All right, thank you, Peter.
Yes, you're welcome, board members.
Okay, we'll go on to the next item. Item J, Johnson O'Malley. Indian Education Committee and Equity Council report by Dr. Berlinda Begay, Leah Fuentes, and Donovan Russell. And we'll let Donovan, since he's in-house, in person, and his guests go first.
Ja, estima to anotras ashena nido machine. So good evening. Thank you for this opportunity, and to the rest of the board members, Superintendent Mr. Carlson and Assistant Superintendent Ms. Charmaine Chappelle. Thank you for and then as well as everybody else who are in the audience online listening. Oyat en hidini dole o sayat ashchedinens na adot for the chini pasischi kachini rasichero to and that's another what ego ya denen slido kagi sinanisnati. And currently I work with the intercultural community outreach department, and so my position is the equity council supervisor. So I just wanted to just give a recap of what our year was like, and so I just wanted to give you some updates of the ICO department as well as the equity council. And so just going through the slides that I prepared for you. So under the ICO, the equity component was built to address the mandates from the state of New Mexico, but encompasses all four education acts, which is the Indian Education Act, Hispanic Act, Bilingual Multicultural Education Act, and the Black Education Act. And so we're in the process of, as you all had adopted the commitment to the equity policy, and we're right now in the process of implementing the policy, and we have been conducting to do this equity strategic plan. And then just recently we've come to work with a new individual in our department, which is our community schools coordinator, who is implementing to provide services and support to fit each community needs, working in collaboration with schools and students and parents. And so this is basically just to enrich our learning time for our students and the opportunity to for active family and community engagement. And then going on to the next slide, just sharing some of our experience in our first year as the Equity Council program. We have really pushed on student voice, and so through the Equity Council, we're funded by the Indian Education Act. And so some of the key bullet points that we've been working hard on right now is to ensure partnership with the district IEC and IPAC and teachers and students and community, and then implementing full inclusion of equity in district decisions, and then developing and implementing the CLRI framework, and to really strengthen our students and supportive learning environments to ensure cultural and linguistic mandates from the Yazzie Martinez lawsuit, and then also to strengthen our students and parent leadership advocacy, and then and working really to help with the school policies and the state and federal regulation and accountability. And so among our members of Equity Council, we do have a representation of multicultural student membership and students who are English learners, students who have disabilities, and then those who face those challenges with economic disadvantages. And currently we do have 28 students who are on the Equity Council team. And we do have representation from all 3 regions, and 2 from Newcomb, and 5 from Shiprock, and then 8 students from Kirtland, and 5 students from Career Prep as well too. And this is really a program that's targeting students who are secondary students. But we do have some middle school students who have joined the Equity Council who are 8th graders and going into the high school level. And in Newcomb, we had 4 students, and then Kirtland 2. And from our adult Equity Council members, we do have 7 parents, and we do have representation from all 3 regions as well too. But we are seeking more adults in this coming new year. So we definitely are out there recruiting to get more adults on our Equity Council. And then just to list some of the accomplishments that we had this year was, of course, the big one was passing the cohesive education opportunities. And then we also did our best to engage our students to be aware of all heritages in our school. And each month has its own awarenesses for some of the different heritages that are represented in our school, such as at the beginning of the year, we had the Hispanic cultural celebration with their Independence Day. And then in November, we had the Native American month. And then in February, we did the Black education, or the Black African American students. And then we followed towards the end of the year with more of an intercultural celebration which is like the Asian community as well, because we do have Filipino teachers in our school, and they brought their children along with them. And so and then we did a lot of cultural presentations, just because 95% of our student population is Navajo, and we want our visitors, not visitors, but our other cultures that come into our school to feel welcome. And so we've shared a lot of our cultural teachings with them, so they feel welcome, and that way they could engage with our students more and feel just like this is their home as well too. And we also had the Equity Council members, just the members only summit, which we held at San Juan College for 2 days. And that was a really good turnout. We had our special guest who did participate in our summit, Mr. Carlson, and he was able to just observe in what the students are doing and what the Equity Council members are doing, and was actually able to hear some of the concerns from the student level. And then and we also had some student leadership voices and professional development trainings for them, where we went out to Phoenix, Arizona, to where they participated in the Sparks of Possibility conference. And here at the end of the month, they'll be going to Washington, D.C. at a more higher level and just making our presence to represent our community and our school district as well too. And we also been working really hard on the Yazzie Martinez readiness assessment, and also in creating the CLRI framework as well too. And as I mentioned, student voice is something that we've really been pushing, student leadership. I asked one of my Equity Council student to join me today, and if you, Madam President, would allow her to just give her feedback and just a recap of their experience as a student from their student level. So
may I have your permission? Okay. Yata Shikedo Shidana Louis Yazi Unishia. Kind of going into what kind of member I represent from within our community. I would most likely place myself as a multicultural student. I come from two Native backgrounds. I come from Navajo and I come from Cherokee. However, when I introduce myself with my clans, I usually use my passed on father's clans, as he was the one who raised me up. However, I do believe like it's important to kind of clarify that I come from two Native backgrounds. I am also a member of the LGBTQ plus students. I identify as a transgender male, so I feel like my voice kind of fits within the multicultural category. So just a kind of recap, starting from the beginning when I was first being introduced into the Equity Council, kind of testing out the waters. I've been active with the Student Council at Shiprock High School for a little over 2 years now. So about half of my schooling, my upperclassmen years, went towards Student Council, planning events, hosting fundraisers, concession stands. Everybody comes into the games. We're able to give everybody food, snacks, making sure that everybody's enjoying the game. We've also hosted dances. And so when I was given the opportunity into the Equity Council, I kind of was hesitant at first because with Student Council, it was kind of like you're guaranteed to have a voice. But as I found it hard to be able to communicate on the administrator level, at least within my school. As we represent 3 regions, it varies between the schools. So I'm mostly talking about the Shiprock region. So I found it hard to communicate with my administrators. And, if we were kind of shut down with a lot of our events. If we had too big of an idea that we're fleshing out between what we call the committees, we split ourselves up among the class and we gave everybody just the kind of freedom to host what they wanted specifically within events. Usually we were shut down with things like, this is too elaborate, we need more fleshed out ideas. And even if we had it well articulated, have multiple students in the room representing each committee, it was difficult to kind of communicate our wants and needs. And then seeing like fellow students struggle because they didn't have the correct kind of transportation, things like being out of the boundary for buses and not being able to make it to school on time, sort of things like that kind of put them at an economic disadvantage. Me and a group of students decided, let's try out the Equity Council, and that's when Donovan became our mentor. And at first, we were all a little hesitant because, again, being told you have a voice, we'll listen, and not being listened to through Student Council, it was kind of difficult to transition into that. But with Equity Council, as we were beginning, Donovan was like, okay, what are your concerns? And we had the floor. It was kind of a shocker to realize that we did have a voice. And so being able to communicate one-on-one with Donovan through our meetings where he'd come in and he'd be like, okay, so what is the situation at you guys' school? What can we do? Being able to be like, well, we're looking for new water fountains because at Shiprock High School, we didn't have good water fountains. Majority of the time, none of them hardly worked, or we'd hear that the water was a color and we're like, okay, we're just going to stay away from that. It was difficult because we have the teaching of Tohe'ina, water is life. So being able to be like, well, can we start off with getting new water fountains? Because originally our Truth and Pride Club tried proposing that, but originally it was shut down. And then finally, all of a sudden, a couple months later, we see new water fountains in the building. So that's when we really felt like, okay, this is something we can actually have an opinion on and have a say in. And so that's when we began to talk about, the political and social climate of our world and how we felt our education through history, government classes, and cultural classes wasn't enough because at the high school, we only had 2 cultural classes. That was Navajo government and that was Navajo language. And everything, sciences through culture, arts, history, economics, government, it was crammed into those 2 classes and it was hard to keep up, especially because we were on a block schedule of only having 4 classes each semester. So if you were in the fall and winter classes for Navajo language, that's when you got to hear cultural storytellings. But if you were in the spring going into summer classes, you weren't able to hear those stories because you're not supposed to be talking about those stories through the seasons, only in a specific season. So it was kind of difficult. So we brought up, like, we want to have more of a cultural experience because everybody wants to know who they are. And culture is such a big and important part of identity. It's kind of like, well, where do I stand in the world if my culture, my language is dying? So being able to have Donovan mentor us and kind of be like validating our feelings about, okay, yeah, we understand that you want to better your cultural classes. And, again, following the social and political climate, seeing that our fellow students of color outside of our school district were being discriminated against and being discriminated against within the district, we felt we had to at least speak up for them because some of them hadn't even known of Equity Council. Because at this point, we're still forming, we're still finding our footing. So being able to be like, well, these things don't seem right, even though like a small percentage of our students are Black, Filipino, and Mexican, they still exist. So it's important for us to help integrate their cultures as much as we integrate our cultures, being a predominantly Navajo school district. And so being able to express those concerns, like a big thing that I've kind of seen throughout the years is like the students' usage of the N slur and kind of having to teach each other, we can't say that word. Just because our ancestors have gone through similar experiences doesn't mean that it's a word that we can say. And now that we're able to have the Black Education Act within place, students are able to understand and more about Black culture, why they can't use that slur. Right? Even though it just seems like a word, it's not a word. It's had a long and derogatory meaning just as much as other slurs happen. And it's not right for our students to say that. So being able to have these education acts kind of builds a community within each other. Again, as Donovan was saying, the communities and cultures should all be seen, not just within only our culture and community. And again, it's kind of a experience where you have to ease yourself into, but the more we got into it and finally wrapping up our first year, we're able to understand the power of our words and how we can be leaders within our school districts. I've graduated since then, so I've gone the whole year with Equity Council, and I have to say that knowing that my voice has an impact and I am able to help out not just my friends, not just my siblings, but also like the younger generation, it kind of builds a sense of pride knowing that I've been able to be a part of things, as Donovan was saying, with the Heritage Month awareness. Me and one of my friends who is also within the Equity Council, Danica, Donovan was able to tell us certain stories. We were able to translate it and able to present it to our whole school, the importance of traditional clothing, the traditional skirts, why the skirt is in 3 tiers, because the body represents the 4th world. And from the first tier, it's the 1st world, 2nd world, 3rd world. And now you, the body, represent the 4th world, the glittering world. And so being able to share that and then share the importance of the sash belt, you can kind of see we saw in the crowd's faces how important that was for them. Because again, there's such a disconnect with like our language dying that that we kind of do have to translate this in order for our fellow peers to understand why our culture and heritage is important. And it's kind of been a heartwarming experience, kind of being able to take these first steps and then now transitioning into being an adult member, because I am about to go into college and I'm about to be an undergraduate. So being able to know that even though I'm no longer a student here, but I'm able to be a part of the committee and the council still, it does mean a lot. And it lets me know that even after I'm gone and I'm hearing my sister text me about the lunch food is still gross and being like, hey, can we focus on better lunches? Things like that. Knowing that I can just be like, hey, I'm still getting like text messages from my sister that she doesn't like the way the chicken sandwich looks. We're still going to eat the chicken sandwich, but it's a little hard on the eyes, So I think that it's important to kind of understand and continue to validate our students that they do have a voice, they do have a say. I've kind of just like been repeating it, but I also think like repetition is key. We see like different things in history repeating itself all over. So, if we're able to change that sort of repetition cycle into presenting it as something different, something we're able to change, then we get into a new repetition cycle, so to say. So that's kind of just all I've had to say.
So Lois here is graduating, but has committed to continue to serve on the Equity Council as an adult member. And we look forward to working with him more. And so it's just like heartwarming for me to understand that he wants to continue to be on the council. And so going into the next school year, 2023, 2024, our goals. We did have, like I mentioned, we had our 2-day summit out in San Juan College, and this where a lot of our students were able to just voice and just write down a lot of their concerns and their ideas and everything. And so immediately after that, we started to do our equity strategic planning. And then, and so under that, the board equity strategic plannings, we plan to have our stakeholder kickoff meeting. And then equity, so we plan to do that this summer and then into the fall, and then have another stakeholders meeting in the spring, and then having them, all these stakeholders meeting at each region. And then we also plan to implement the cohesive policy, and then continue to have professional development training for our Equity Council members, both the students and the adults, just so they could learn to share their voice more, and take that leadership skills with them. And then we also plan to design our advertising recommendation of the CLRI responsive framework, and then to share this with our readiness assessment results with you guys as well, to the school board, coming into the fall, beginning of the school year. And then we also would like to create a two-way communication with our district leadership and the community. And we are also in the process of building our Equity Council district website. And then we also really, really want to engage our student. Well, we started with the students. My plan was to start with the students, and now we do plan to work more with our parents and our community members and build that collaboration engagement, because we're only stronger together. And the only way we can bridge these gaps is to connect with one another. And I've taught these students to learn to help out one another, to recognize each other's uniqueness. And if a student is done with their assignment, they know their peer is struggling. I would really encourage them to go over there and help them and be teachers as well too. And so we definitely plan to continue the student recruitment and to just build our Student Equity Council much larger. And so going into our Equity Council strategic plan timeline. So like I mentioned, in April, we heard their voices and we immediately started our planning. And then May through August, we do plan to have our stakeholders meetings. And then in August, based on our stakeholder meetings, we plan to prep for our fall and just pretty much implement and just strategize on all the meetings that we had. And then come in September and October, our fall strategic planning stakeholders meeting again as well at all 3 regions, and then compile those results and then start planning and implementing and and then went on to our next slide. So this summer, our stakeholders meeting, as you all know, school has ended on June 8th. And then we began to identify some of these meeting dates, which we plan to do in July. And then to establish public relations campaigns and just advertising it so we can get as many people to this stakeholders meeting. And then we would like to coordinate and include the community schools, the student services, curriculum, IEC, Johnson O'Malley, the CLRI, and the equity strategic planning, and the safety team. And then begin our analyzation results and data of the stakeholder meetings. And then in May to August, we like to hold one meeting at each region in Kirtland, Shiprock, and Newcomb. And then from that, compile our outcome from July meeting and begin our plans for the next school year. And then we like to coordinate with our board members, our community schools, McKinley Vento homelessness, and then student services, curriculum instruction, IEC, JOM, the CLRI, and community schools, and then our safety team and the GARD. And so that's as much as we have as our Equity Council. And I know this was our first year, and we've been doing our best to just bring up the program. And I really like your comment that, President, the comment that you made to Mr. Deswood and how you find that confidence in him to that you have that trust in him that he's gonna change these low scores into just better scores. And I know this is going to take time as an Equity Council. And so I just highly encourage that we do this as a team. We collaborate with one another, have everybody at the table. And very thankful that Lewis is here to support the rest of the members, and especially the student body. And I stand for questions and comments.
Question. I have actually several. Can you go explain a little bit more about the cohesive policy? What is that?
The one we passed in November, equity policy.
Let him.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, the Equity Council. Well, that was the cohesive act that was we began last school year, and that was when I came in. It was the Black Education Act that was actually being implemented, and I had presented that, and then I presented it to directors and the principals, and that's when they voiced their concerns and why are we implementing just the Black Education Act when there's 3 other acts that weren't in our policy. And so this was a unique of its kind, the Cohesive Act, where we combine all 4 education acts to be one policy. And believe it or not, it's one of its kind, and no other districts has that. And since the passing of it, and a lot of other districts and schools have reached out to learn more about it.
In terms of,
Yes.
in terms of the Equity Council, I know I had heard there hadn't been much training, so who has been providing that training, the mission? Is it something the district took on itself to figure out the purpose and the mission and the vision, or is it something that you received more guidance from New Mexico PED?
I had reached out to New Mexico PED, but come to really like dive into it and to actually experience it, the Equity Council is actually different in all regions. It's not going to be the same. Our Equity Council is not going to be the same as Farmington. It's not going to, as close as we are and all that, it's going to be, we're different even within our own district as well too. We had our students, we were planning our students to actually interact with other schools, like to have that, what do you call it? Like a chain student. So Lewis can go to Kirtland and go to school there for a day and see the differences in that school, and then go to Newcomb and see totally different differences over there in that school too. So the Equity Council, to me, it feels like we had to build it from what we have here, what our soil here is. And so, but with the guidance from New Mexico PED, everything was virtual, and which was really like kind of hard for me to like really learn it. But we did have our first in-person training out in Chalma just a couple of weeks ago. And so there, a lot of our region, our district, we came together and shared and just collaborated with one another. So I plan to do that more.
So I guess I just wanted to know, because I know that when the Equity Council, that the whole concept of it was introduced after Biazi Martinez, there wasn't really guidance. So what I'm hearing is that the Equity Council is more school district driven than anything. I mean, there wasn't really a definition given from the state. We've kind of come up with our concept of the Equity Council, not really what, well, there's really nothing coming really much from the state. So it's really driven by the school district to determine where we're lacking and how to integrate different acts into this council, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I may, just to kind of build upon Donovan's explanation, as you were saying, it's kind of built upon the school district. Speaking from someone who is at a student perspective, it's also built on what specifically the issues we want to target. And at our San Juan College Summit, we were able to decide we want to target technology because due to the pandemic, we've had to implement technology. We want to also prioritize student mental health, kind of taking care of our students, not only through all these different programs we've created, but also like through the mind, because we've all, a good majority of us, students from Kirtland, students from Newcomb, and I, a student from Shiprock, have all had different experiences with mental health counseling. One of my peers from Kirtland was saying that your mental health is usually a brushed off concern through your counselors unless there's a significant drop in your grades. From Shiprock, it was more or less a lack of communication that we had these resources. And from Newcomb, it was more so due to the remoteness of the area, it was hard to get in those resources. And so we as students have all kind of decided, well, here's what issues we've seen and what we want to target. So that's more of it from a student perspective. We've kind of just communicated to our supervisors and our mentors, this is what we're seeing. And we don't know if you see it the same way we do, but this is kind of what we want to start with our foundation, because again, we're not being told exactly what an equity council is, and it being so different, even like just going to Farmington, you see that their equity council functions differently from our equity council. So from a student perspective, we've kind of had to also give our own building blocks. We'd like to target this. We'd like to target that.
If so, for clarification, the San Juan College, the San Juan College event, was that internal, driven by CCSD? Was it a regional that included the local school district? And then who was presiding over it in terms of, I'm just trying to understand how much guidance, because at the fruition of this equity council, the whole purpose was for the state to provide. They said each school district will have an equity council, and it has nothing to do with you. I'm just trying to understand if the state isn't providing this guidance and it's these regional meetings. If it was a regional meeting, who's driving? Who's the driving force? Is it our school district because we have a vision and that's what we're doing, or is it by the New Mexico PED saying, you as equity council have to get together in your region and you guys have to come up and collaborate with one another and determine what your focus is going to be in terms of training. And so that's the direction of my questioning is how much guidance and how much information has been coming from New Mexico PED in terms of our council to be I guess towards the actual purpose of why it was created.
Yeah, I would like to say jump in where Ms. Haskey is, what she brings up, the history of the Equity Council. At the time, we were in transition with a PED secretary. And so Kara Bobroff was the interim, and being part of the board of directors, we were told, she came in and we were told that, and I believe it's she took advantage of the time that she was interim and decided on an equity council. And their board of directors, I mean, there's probably about a good, say, 60 people sitting in there. And so it got heated because not only we didn't know what the guidelines or what this meant or what we were looking at as board members, but the attorneys present, which was about 3 of them, quickly said that this is gonna hurt as far as board decisions, and so from there it didn't die. It didn't. It just sort of just lingered, and then I think a few people got a hold of it, and one of them was our former superintendent, and then it was pushed. And I feel like in our case as a district, it was just to justify a few things, several things, and since then I've always wondered, what are we doing? What is going on? And it wasn't until I watched that video and I feel like through COVID, it just took a life of its own, and not really the boards. It was just the initiative of perhaps 3 people.
So that
Yeah.
kind of gives you
Yeah.
context. So it's not, I think you know, from the sounds of it, you're doing an amazing job at the task that you were given with all the limitations. It's good that you're growing the program the way you're envisioning it. And it comes back to, I guess, and that's where I see there's probably a lot of challenges that you've had to deal with. And if there's some that you can share with us in regards to the challenges that you've had in starting this program, that I would like to hear those.
It definitely was a challenge. It was sort of like a task that it's a new program. I mean, based on your own kids, build the program, base it on your kids. And that's the reason why I reached out to the students first. It's like, what is your concern? How do you guys want this? What shall we do? And this is your school. And it wasn't really a decision that I made up to the leaders at our school, because we think differently from the way they think. And so I went straight to the source and I went to the kids. And so it's not a building that I built myself, but I built it with the kids, with the students. And coming to your question about, was it a regional conference that we had at San Juan College? No, it was one of its kind, just like the Cohesive Act. It's one of its kind that it's never been done at a district, that these students have a summit for themselves, and where we brought in a consultant to teach us a little bit more about what equity means in schools, especially student voice and student leadership. And so, we went on one trip to learn a little bit more about it. And our students ended up teaching them over there. And the next day, the first day we were there, they were already calling back to the ICO department. Like, we really like your group of people down here. And so, but we plan to continue just doing things like what we feel like the students want in their own school.
And it's not like it's going unheard, because as I said, I viewed the video, and I think one thing that was shared was the Navajo Nation Presidential Forum, on how some were asking about grass. Mm-hmm. And as last week, as we talked about moving that to a new location to be built. And, that's one thing that I did bring up. And, that why can't we have grass? Why can't our schools be surrounded with grass? And so, it's good feedback, and yes, some of those things I mean, if we're a product of CCSD, and I think you just get kind of used to, and you don't even think you lack, until it's pointed out. And so, yeah, but I'm the one that pushed for this, that and I would really like, because we need to know what's going on, what's happening there. And, that's legislatively, we're asked, we're judged on those things. And so it's good to know. And we should have done this long time ago, but again, I think all of, I think mainly I can speak for Suzette and myself, that we didn't know how it was organized, and really at a loss, and so now this a little bit clearer, and then it seems like whenever the subject came up and people would, wouldn't someone else was talking and couldn't really get a full, clear story, so I appreciate this and thank you.
I echo the same sentiments because I like the initiative because there wasn't much. It was just like you guys, school districts have to create that. An answer to Yazi Martinez, and no roadmap, no tools, no anything. So I really do appreciate the direction that you're taking it. I really appreciate the voices and creating leaders amongst your group of students. I appreciate that your ability to be forward thinking in terms of gathering information and putting together a program that really represents the student voices in different areas instead of having the normal, like this is the chess club or something. So I really like that concept, and I guess I just want to hear more as time goes by, and if you're going to have bylaws, are you going to have bylaws and more structure policies that govern who's on your committee, who's in your group, because you have adult partners, and I heard communities in terms of the community partners that you're going to establish, what their roles are going to be, background checks, things like that, just to cover yourself and the school district. But I really do. I'm thankful that you're able to take on this task, even though there wasn't much of anything on the delegation. You did it yourself, so it's good. So I commend you for that.
So I think as far as bylaws, Steve, can you jump on that? Make sure either that or until something is created specifically, maybe we could use IECs.
Well, thank you. Take care. And like I was saying, is we like to partner with you guys. We like to have that communication with you guys because we need that connection within our district, not just hold ourselves as not just hold ourselves in groups or anything like.
Yes. So if anybody tells you that,
you have to hold on to yours.
Please hang it by your computer, your window, or
screensaver.
If I may just kind of share my perspective as a student when it came to overcoming challenges. As I mentioned before, it was kind of a difficult thing having to kind of put trust in something that we didn't know was just like a ploy to get like more students in trouble, because again, from my experience, at my school, it was very much, there's a lot of almost kind of an extreme focus on discipline. So like certain surveys, we felt as if like if we answered those surveys and we said something that our administrators didn't like in those surveys, we'd get punished for it. So, and the lack of communication, it felt almost authoritarian, at least within like my school and kind of from my perspective. And if there's anything my mom will tell you, I hate authority. I'm not an authority person. But yeah, it's classic teenager things, but just kind of having to feel like you're always being watched and there's always someone behind you in the halls. It's an unsettling feeling. And so kind of having to put blind faith in what we're saying, what we want to do within our schools isn't going to be used against us to create a discipline case. it was scary. It was difficult to kind of trust Donovan and the more like mentors we got in the council. And, you know, there were some times where we'd gather and we'd be like, do we tell him we want out? What do we do about it? And, you know, it was difficult within, like, at least for us Shiprock kids, it was kind of difficult to have this blind faith in not only just Donovan and our mentors, but also within ourselves that we can actually make a change and make a difference. You know, hearing like internal issues from when I was as young as like not actually 3, because my mom was a teacher and now she's an administrator at one of the middle schools. You know, just kind of hearing these things, it kind of helped me form like thoughts, being like, okay, well, my mom said this and I see that in my school and I don't like it. So I'm able to do something about it. And even then, just seeing like kind of how like authoritarian figures just kind of treated the students like it was just not, it's not a welcoming environment in a place where we're always told you can go to the adults, you can trust the teacher, you can trust the counselor, but then in the hallways you're being yelled at, like the 2-minute mark hits for passing period, you're being yelled at, get to class, or someone even looks like remotely suspicious, they get pulled aside and asked where do they think they're going, what do they think they're doing, and then having to go through locked bathroom after locked bathroom. I cannot tell you how many times I've been put on the watch list for SmartPass because a bathroom was locked, so I had to go to the next one, but then that bathroom was flooded, and you know, it kind of wasn't a welcoming environment. So knowing that, being able to voice something about this doesn't sit right with us, we want something done about it. Again, having to put blind faith and kind of having to speak out against their schools, it's kind of scary, especially when like we've been put in situations where speaking out and being like, well, we don't like this, has just been used against us as students. And I think that was one of our biggest challenges from the student perspective, at least from the students in Shiprock.
I hope Donovan's not trying to remove the authority.
It's more of like an equal communication pathway. Like the adults are like, okay, here's where we want you guys to be guided, but just know we don't want to completely dethrone everyone, unionize, you know, full of revolution, French Revolution style in the school district. But it's kind of just like you have to learn to have a little bit of faith within your authority figures and also have a little bit of faith in yourself. And now knowing that I'm able to communicate one-on-one or even just within like group sessions, like board meetings like this, kind of reassures me that maybe the kids will be all right.
Well, you know, as you're sitting here telling us and we're listening, and perhaps what other adults that have lived some years, you know, share with you back, that you listen, you know, and take in what they have to offer. And you know, I'm hoping that's one thing, you know, that both sides are heard, not just one. And you know, I've had I've coached. My daughter, she knows not to do that to me, but you know, but I've come into situations where, you know, I've had players that, you know, that are really withdrawn, or, you know, they just needed confidence, and then also just to be heard. And so, you know, I think there's a lot of challenges out there, and especially now after COVID, and just past weekend, you know, I was talking to family at a baby shower and expressing that I believe a lot of it, you know, it has to go back down to hope, you know, and so again, you know, as we've sat here and listened, you know, I hope that you give that same time and that respect to the other side and why things are what they are, why they tell you, go to your class.
Yeah. And, you know, I've kind of heard and understand like why like the administrators were the way they were, but it's also kind of like, it kind of sucks, pardon my language, but it kind of sucks being told this is what you're doing. If you're doing anything else, it's absolutely wrong, rather than being guided and being listened to, just kind of being like, this is unfamiliar to me. I don't have the confidence within myself, and I don't know if I have the confidence within my mentors, my teachers, my family to like kind of guide me down the right path. And I believe what one of our biggest messages is togetherness, hope, and just kind of being able to guide and to listen. That's kind of what I view the Equity Council as. It's an opportunity to help guide others. It's an opportunity to hear the other sides out, like hearing like different things about other schools that isn't just like awful gossip, and hearing like it's not all bad. Kind of like reassures you that, okay, even though things seem bleak the way they are, we know why they are the way they are. And you know, it's kind of like, again, you have to listen to both sides. Like from one side, it can be a completely different thing, you know, hearing that our administrators on the daily are always having these big cases, kind of always being in like having shelter in places at least once almost every week because another big situation happens. So they're kind of just like, we have to kind of be strict with everyone, you know, understanding that, hearing that out kind of allowed us to understand, okay, here's why things were the way they were. And, you know, just kind of being like, okay, well, we'd still like a little bit of different change, you know, just loosening the reins just a little, seeing how that goes. Not full on, all right, I'm throwing the horse and its reins away sort of thing, but just kind of being like, okay, let's kind of hear each other out, kind of discuss what's happening, what's been happening on our side, what's been happening on your side, listening to each other. I feel like that's definitely restored a lot of like confidence, you know.
You got to what? 4 more hours? 12? No, I'm just kidding. Okay, board members, any more comments, questions?
Question and comment.
Go ahead.
The New Mexico PED website lays out the Equity Council process. One of the documents talks about school board and governance boards, equity councils, equity into action, and it says while equity councils are not decisions or policymaking bodies, they are responsible for 1, completing the Martinez-Yazzie readiness assessment and CLR inventory, informing the design of the educational plan, supporting the design of the culturally and linguistically responsive framework for districts and charter schools, and providing recommendations to districts and charter schools leadership as an advisement package. So it's kind of spelled out exactly what their roles are per the PED, and those can be accessed again on the PED website. But I certainly appreciate the fact that the ICO, again, with what they're doing and have been doing, is providing certainly the resources and the opportunity for the district to stay compliant, not just filling a void or checking a box or just existing for the sake of existing because someone says they're supposed to exist. I mean, they're actually providing, as we've heard, certainly much needed resource. So again, something else positive coming out of the ICO. So I appreciate that. The question that I have, a couple of questions actually, is, and this is pointed to Mr. Russell. What is your goal for attending the conference in Washington, D.C.? What do you expect to get out of it? Or not just you, but your attendees, I should say.
ultimately my goal to actually get the students out to explore and to learn new ideas from other tribal youth, collaborating with other youth students, and just bringing. They usually have workshops where they bring issues that they have in their own tribal communities, and then where our students could actually be able to help other tribal members or tribal communities as well, and then them in a way networking with one another, with youth, with our youth. And so I have made some reservations to actually try to meet with our leadership there in Washington as well too. And so not just taking their concerns to our administration level, but to the national and to our leadership out there as well too. And so it's to build their voice, to build their confidence, to build their leadership skills, and to just bring that back here to the district.
I certainly would appreciate a follow-up once they get back to hear from the students on their experience and what they've learned. Because again, this is an investment in their future, certainly. And the other question that I have is, when you look at the document, the Equity Council Student Voice, and I know that the predominance is Diné here within the district, but equity ends at equality. What are we doing for the other voices, the other ethnicities that are represented throughout the district, whether that's Filipino, whether that's Black, in accordance to the Black Educational Act or the Hispanic Educational Act, all those. What are we doing specifically within the district to address and give equal time to in respects to them and their populations and their students as well?
Like I said, we've never really had this council, and one of the more diverse community was Kirtland to begin with when I just first started, and we did have representation from the Hispanic group and also from the Anglo, the white group as well too. And then we also had a Filipino student who was represented there. And so they shot out their ideas with some of the different things that they wanted. And so this past year, there was actually things that the teachers have never seen done there at Kirtland. And so bringing that more to our region, like I stated earlier, we want to make them feel welcome. We want to make them feel like this is their home, is to not only just the student, but the teachers as well. One of my goals is to keep that retention here at our school district, and to just have a team that stays just for a little while and then moves on. It's not my goal. Is to keep everyone here as one team, and that way we could work together and to just bridge these gaps that we see here in our district. And so most definitely we do plan to continue to make them feel welcome and continue to have these celebrations and awarenesses of their heritage with perspective to the month and all that. And so we do plan to do more, and not just at the Kirtland region, just because there's more of a diverse group, but to actually do it here at Shiprock and Newcomb as well too.
Again, Mr. Russell, I appreciate that response, but again, equity ends at equality. I'm sure you understand that. And again, equal time, equal representation, because if I'm not mistaken, board Brown versus Board of Education in respects to what that lawsuit was about. And key words here, the Equity Council, what is equitable? How do we incorporate everybody into the process and have an equal voice to the outcomes? And the school district's gone out of their way to incorporate, again, the implementation of commitment to equity policy. Under the ICO, the equity component was built to address the mandates from the state of New Mexico, which encompasses Indian Education Act, Hispanic Education Act, Bilingual Multicultural Education Act, and the Black Education Act. When I see bilingual multicultural, I think of all that are represented within the district. So again, what are we going to do other than making them feel welcome? What tangible things are we going to produce as a district from your office to address the equity and equality of that student voice? Thank you.
Before you answer that, those were some of the questions that came up from Board of Directors. And because there's such a diverse ethnicity within some districts, how are you going to be fair? How is equity supposed to be equality? And just as Montoya brought up, and I believe I was not one of them that pushed this Equity Council, mainly because of some of the arguments heard at the Board of Directors, and it seemed like it was going to be costly, and to me, my opinion is to truly take in what Board Member Montoya is saying, then you would have to have different for each race. And so I thought that was the whole purpose of this cohesive policy or whatever was drawn up, and to make it that way. But I guess even that policy doesn't guarantee that.
I think I would like to just, in my response to that, I want to build that trust with our other groups. I want them to trust me because I do put out that invitation to them, and but I just feel like there's kind of like a trust barrier right there. But I would like to educate myself more about the Hispanic culture and also the African American cultures and the Filipino, all cultures, because I've asked questions like, what can I do? What shall I do? And there's at some points where it was like, I guess I crossed the boundary in some of the things that I had envisioned, but it was out of my whole heart, like to do it for them. But and so I just want to educate myself more and to do it the right way.
And also he brought up about how PED has this on their website. Do you go to that to follow or to get information?
Yes.
If I may I add a comment to the conversation?
Hold on. Board members, do you have any comments or questions? Secretary Wells?
I don't have any comments.
Okay, Board Member George?
Yes, Ms. Aspis, may I? President Aspis?
Yes, go ahead.
First of all, I just really want to give a terrific job to the Equity Council and Mr. Russell. I remember when you first gave this presentation and you had all the, all the, what do you call them? the NAMAX for all like the Black equity and, you know,
Oh, the
Spanish and
Education Acts.
yes, yeah, you had that all in your presentation. You educated us about it. And, you know, hearing all the goodness and, you know, the students speaking for themselves, reporting to us what they learned, what their accountability was, and what's going, you know, what's important to them in the school, because they're the ones that are there and they're the ones that are in the environment as to what's going on in their schools, how they're being treated by faculty, how they're being treated by other students, and how the administrators are treating them. They're the ones, that's where it counts. And to train these young kids to use their voice in a professional manner, and to teach them that you can rely on yourself and you can make a difference in your environment, in your school, whether that's going, you know, the student, I'm sorry, I forget your name, but, you know, you're going into college soon and you'll be able to speak for yourself. You'll be able to have clarity and you'll be able to know where you come from because you got a foundation of who you are, what your tradition means to you, what certain things are meant for your prosperity. You carry those with you when you're out there, and that's what our students need, especially when they leave the reservation, because they're, you know, they're among other diversity once they leave Navajo Nation, and those, you know, some of those people will challenge you. Just knowing that you're Native American and you come from a reservation, they're going to challenge you. But if you know how to speak your mind and you have passion and you know what you want and you know what is, you know, right for you, and you have the right people behind you, your community behind you, you're going to do well. You're going to push forward, and, you know, you're not going to let anybody tell you what you can't, what your limits are, because you can speak for yourself. And that is something that we need to give all the students. And I especially like the accountability that you saw in your school, that, you know, kids using the N word, and you know that that's inappropriate and not cultural, it's not respectful. And you and the council among your peers have addressed that, because I heard it when I was at TBA and within the schools, you know, some of the kids using that language. And so those things are really good. Those are real world teachings that you students need. And I'm very proud of the way that you're articulate, the way that you communicate, and you can just hear it in your voice. You have a strong voice and you're so young. So I hope that this equity council moves through all of our CCSD school districts, even down to the elementary. You know, the little kids, they're little, but they know, you know, they ask so many questions about what's going on, what's going to happen next, what are we going to do, what's going to happen during the day. And if you take the time to explain, even to the little kids in kindergarten, you know, and you tell them what's going to happen, they're pretty much, their anxiety kind of goes down because they kind of know what to expect. And if we start to teach them young in elementary and then junior high and high school how to use their voice, and, you know, just everything that that you guys have talked about tonight, we're going to build strong leaders. And us adults, we're not always right. You students are the ones that teach us sometimes, and most of the time you guys tell us how, you put us in our place, and that's good. Us adults need to listen to that. No matter if you're in elementary, because I know there's some elementary kids that will tell you just the direct truth, you know, and it's sometimes funny, but it's the truth. And so I really commend Mr. Russell and your team for really going to the students with this. It's just like, you know, the adult version of the wellness policy where they have the shack where it's made up of adults and administrators and community, but this is for the students. And I'm really impressed and very happy that you reached out to the students to see what their needs are and to hear from them, and then have them come to and report to us about their environment, what they see, how they see things in their school. And one thing that I would like to challenge the equity is that how would the students see fit for their safety in their schools? What do you guys want to see around your schools regarding safety to make you guys feel safe with all the recent shootings and stuff? You know, how is that? How would you like to be? What would you like to be seen or done to make you feel safe? But I really commend, you know, you young kids. You guys are leading. You guys are learning to use your voice, and that's your biggest thing. No matter if people agree with you, no matter if they don't agree with you, most of the time people won't agree with you, but you stay strong and you stand on what you believe, what you were taught, where your foundation comes from. And you'll be fine when you go out into the adult world and you face different trials and challenges, and you're going to get through it. So I'm really proud of the Equity Council program. And so thank you. I appreciate it.
Any more questions, board members? Comments?
Someone's just saying comments.
Okay.
My
Okay.
So kind of going back to board member Montoya's question, how else can we follow the other education policies? Kind of from a student perspective, what I believe we could begin to implement now that we have the cohesive policy passed is implementing Latino and Chicano studies. Because you go to college and those are classes that are offered at majority of colleges and universities now. And same with Black history. It's mostly taught at historically Black colleges and universities. However, I believe if we bring that down towards the middle school and the high school levels, students will be able to learn about cultures, languages outside of their own. You know, not only do we need to develop what cultural classes we have already at the middle school and high school levels, but also developing for those that are not Native American, those who are not Navajo specifically. And, you know, if we're able to include more cultural studies that fit within our demographic. For example, Kirtland could be one of the first to implement these studies and these classes within their school because they have the more higher percentages of diverse ethnic groups at the school. And then slowly just build that into our other schools so that way the more students we bring in throughout the years, the more they're able to not only connect with themselves, but to connect with each other. And so I think that's one of the first steps we can start taking. And also continuing to find and build relationships with those who know what they're talking about. For example, we could start looking into hiring more Black teachers in order to properly teach Black history classes and Black language classes. Here in the United States, we have an interesting dialect for our Black people. It's called African Vernacular English, also known as African American Vernacular English, AAVE. You know, you hear with the kids, their slangs, you know, how they tell each other slay or like using the word period to like finish off like some kind of like roast and such, you know, being able to bring in a Black teacher who's able to be like, all right, here's your Black history class, or bringing in more Latino teachers to teach the Spanish classes, to teach the Latino Chicano classes, and continuing to bring in more Filipino teachers to help teach, you know, Filipino-based classes. At Shiprock, we had our Filipino students and teachers come together, and they created what they called the Filipino Club, where they shared to other students Tagalog, Filipino foods, and, you know, the kind of cultures they go through, and their versions of cultural ceremonies. So I think that's something we could start trying to do. You know, again, we could begin to implement it at Kirtland because they're the school that fits that demographic the most, and then we can slowly waterfall that into all of our other schools within the district. And, you know, just going back to your comment, board member George, I do appreciate the comment, but I believe that I kind of shouldn't be held at the pedestal, because granted, I feel like me being at the pedestal level kind of defeats, you know, the purpose of an equity council. You know, my peers who weren't able to be here today are just as talented and amazing as me. So I'm just kind of the one example of what our students are capable of. And I do greatly appreciate the comment, but I also believe that we should look into what our other students have to offer as well. As I mentioned, one of my fellow peers, Danica, she's incredibly knowledgeable with Indigenous culture. So her being kind of like one of the leaders for our Native American Heritage Month was just important to not only her, but to our other students as well, because she knows a good amount of people, and she was able to bring more students into the Equity Council as a result of that. And then my other peer, Lamford Lee, who is also not here, he's incredibly talented within the arts, and he actively encourages and speaks up for those within the arts program, and kind of being like, well, this is the way that some people are able to express themselves. Here's why we should continue to advocate for that. And you know, all of my peers shine just as bright in different ways. I feel I shine bright most when it comes to public speaking and being able to articulate and communicate with the adults. But again, all of my peers are incredibly talented at what they do. Even if they just come in, sit in for a meeting or two, they still provide a lot to the table. And, you know, I think that keeping in mind the challenge you gave us for this upcoming school year, I believe at the adult level, we're able to kind of think a little more rationally about it, rather than just kind of figuring out, okay, how do we make our students feel safe, you know, including like students about to transition into the adult member category. So those are just a couple of the comments I have. I don't want to continue to drag out our segment any longer than anything else. So feel free to continue, board members.
Okay, I think we are done. Are we done?
We are officially done.
So thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'm more enlightened, and look forward to the next.
Your report next month.
Yes. Yeah, and really,
after you come back from DC.
Yeah.
Plus, we're going to participate in the Safety Summit.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention that. While I'm bringing up the safety in schools, they were invited to be a part of the Safety Summit. We will be on travel, but we're going to make time to tune in virtually. And so, but
I hope that doesn't take away from your trip, because there's a lot to see. And
no, it's actually the day we're settling in. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then we'll be there the 4th, so it's very patriotic.
That's very awesome.
Okay. So we'll go on to the next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to talk less hope, you can talk. Burning now. It's the air.
I know, that's what I keep saying.
Oh, it's the dust in the vents. Yeah. Maybe, you know, a big, huge. Vacuum.
I should stay out of it. I'm fine with no air.
No air.
It's okay.
Huh? I think we need air to breathe.
I was just gonna say, I think that's pretty.
Yeah. Remember that.
Yeah, I can't forget it.
I think the bottom words need to be bigger. And outlined and like black and underlined.
Flash to the board across.
Just remember, anytime money leaves from that bag or goes into that bag, tell the board.
Same proposal.
I asked Steve to make stickers.
Bumper stickers.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Thank you.
everybody, thank you.
Next time we're going to put 5 minutes. Okay, Johnson O'Malley report.
Yours too.
Good evening, Board President Aspez, Vice President Haskey, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, Assistant Superintendent Deswood. My name is Mia Cientes, and I will be providing a Johnson O'Malley June board report this evening. And starting with my first slide, I have an introduction, and I just wanted to again highlight our accomplishments of school year 2022-2023 in our district receiving the exemplary award from National Johnson O'Malley. We've set aside some goals for school year 2023 and 2024 that are based more on our parent portion in terms of more IEC parents fulfilling their seats in the regions of Kirtland and Nash-Titti. We wanted to highlight more parental cost applications for those students in need in collaboration with the Safety Net program. On to the next slide, please. Upcoming events and activities. Johnson O'Malley has been in collaboration with the CNI Summer School Department and are providing the following services: CLRI related materials and artifacts, cultural presentations, cultural food demonstrations, and any additional student activities and workshops such as sewing classes. The second highlight is JOM is co-sponsoring the Unity student field trip that Mr. Russell has just presented on. Next slide, please. ICO administration. We have some JOM announcements that were recently shared with us about the next school year's professional developments. We have our Navajo Nation JOM IEC workshop and orientation, where our current members and new members will get to meet with other subcontractor IECs. The next one we have is the National Johnson O'Malley Association from September 13th in Chicago, Illinois. And then finally, we have our Navajo Nation JOM annual regional meeting in spring of 2024. Next slide, please. Our Johnson O'Malley finances, our current contract and 15546. We are currently closing out and finalizing all our finance expenses per the finance deadlines. We are currently addressing concerns that Dream to Net had brought to our attention and getting their student allocation. Dream the Now will get carry forward funds from their student account for
Commissioner Wells needs to, Board Member Wells needs to mute. It's better now.
Okay, and then our current application has been submitted for school year 2023-2024. We've just had our Navajo Nation negotiations meeting with our JOM IEC and staff on June 14th. And in the negotiations, we discussed that amendments, corrections, and or revisions will be made before the 164 process begins. And then for this contract as well, Dream to Now will get funds for their student count. Next slide, please. Again, I have some timeline highlights. In June, we've just concluded our last regular IEC meeting on June 13th. We finalized end of year concerns, our agenda items, and then leading into next school year. In July, we've set aside 2 days for JOM staff strategic planning for the next school year to address processes, protocols, and procedures. And one of the main contributions that we did was the vector training that all majority CCSD staff have to take. And so far, we've gotten pretty good compliments and feedbacks on the processes of JOM, who it serves, what it's intended for, and how to go about it, and who to contact. In August, we're going to begin streamlining 2023-2024 to the schools and communities. We're going to explore opportunities for collaboration with local schools, meaning our own CCSD schools, and getting them more involved with our events and activities, such as a business bowl, a knowledge bowl. We're looking into spelling bee. We're looking into language and cultural festivals, singing and dancing. And currently we are still in the planning process, but we're looking at spring 2023 for that. In September, our IEC members will return for their duties and responsibilities. Our first regular meeting will be on September 5th, and the IEC decided that our meetings will be the first Tuesday of every month. Our fall monitoring visits will begin in October and end in November. And the fall monitoring data will be used to address the concerns and needs of the schools, parents, students in the application for next school year, 2024-2025. Next slide. To keep up with our JOM current events, I've provided our district website again. I do try to update the website weekly. And then next slide, please. I stand for questions from the board. Thank you for allowing me to present.
I have a comment. I believe last year when the I don't know what you call it, the clothing. What do you call that? Huh?
You're talking about the
Navajo Nation
Clothing program?
Yeah.
Navajo Nation, tribal clothes.
Tribal clothing. When that was the due date for the application, it seemed like you didn't see it, the flyers and things going out until I think a day before or a couple of days before. And can you make sure that those go out as soon as you hear about it and that people have time to apply?
Yes, absolutely. I do recall receiving a memo and posting it to our district website, and as well as the Facebook social media outlets. And I could definitely add that to our strategic planning on how we plan to advertise more. And we currently have an ongoing planning meeting with our public relations to ensure our stuff are getting out there in a timely manner and then reaching the parents effectively.
And then also, can you go back to the slide about your IC members? Oh, so this is goals on that top. Goals for 23-24, and one of them is more IEC parent seats fulfilled. I still haven't seen where, and then I also received a complaint about one of the members and being dismissed. I don't know what the story is behind that, but you need people to be a part of that community, and why are we letting go people that have come forward?
Board President, can you please expand on what the question you're asking?
Yes, your goals for SY 23-24 is to have more IEC parents. What, to me, that sounds like we don't have enough. And what are we, and then I brought up about the complaint of a member being dismissed. And why are we doing that if we need people?
Okay, the answer that I could provide is that we, as an IEC meeting, during the IEC meeting, we followed the bylaws. And in the bylaws, it has specific guidelines on how many meetings a member can not attend, and without a reasonable excuse as to why they weren't in attendance, then in the bylaws it states that their membership will be brought up at a duly called meeting to discuss why members aren't logging on or participating in the duly called meetings in order for us to reach a quorum. And then the JOM program currently has 9 chairs, and we currently have 4 fulfilled seats, majority in the Shiprock area. We've been advertising for in Newcomb area, and we've had a few parent recommendations, and in explaining to those potential candidates, those parents, they want to learn more about the program. They want to know what JOM is, and sometimes the length of the meeting or the distance from Newcomb to Shiprock and Kirtland to Shiprock keeps them from joining as an IEC parent. And we've discussed ways where we can help, and one of the solutions was to offer these IEC duly called meetings in all 3 locations. So 1 month we'd have it in Shiprock, the next month we'd have it in South area, and then that way it's more convenient and fair to members that are coming from that area.
When you do that, please come to the board and let us know.
Okay, thank you, Board President Aspas, Vice President Haskey, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson.
Board members, any comments, questions?
President Aspas, may I?
Go ahead.
Can you, Mia, repeat the information about Dream Dene Charter that you had mentioned, please?
Yes, absolutely. So we've collaborated with Dream the Net. They had a few concerns that our district is a parent entity to their school, and we've provided services for Dream the Net like we do any other school in CCSD, as that was the description we were told, is that Dream the Net falls under us. And so we've provided services and extended PD opportunities to their Navajo language teacher in terms of buying them cultural related items, offering professional development registration expenses. And on their end, they asked for more documentation for their auditing purposes. And in doing so, we've met with both Dream the Net and Navajo Nation JOM program to discuss how we can address the concerns that they've been dealing with, and how in the next school year we could provide an allocation award letter, so that way they have that documentation to support them, since they are a smaller school in the district. And we've come to an agreement that we will provide carryover fundings from the previous year for their 36 students. And then going forward into the next school year, those same students will get funding from school year 23-24. And it makes more official when it comes to their auditing. And with this, they'll get, when it comes to finance, they'll get their own account lines. They'll be able to spend the money on their end. And then once their funding is completed, or once their funding is depleted, then that's their amount for the whole school year. Whereas if we didn't do the allocation part for those 36 students, it's kind of like a first come, first serve. As long as funding's available, they can continue to request from the JOM program without that capped amount. But this is the decision that both parties agreed to, and moving forward, we're going to provide a award letter for carry forward funding and next year's funding, and they'll be able to expend the carry forward funding up to December 31st of this year, and then next year's funding up to June 30th of 2024.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Board Member George.
Superintendent Carlson.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and all that was just talked about just a while ago. And how involved are you
With the IEC meeting?
with JOM?
I do go to the IEC meetings, and I participate and give reports at them. As far as involvement, not real super involved, other than just acknowledging the process and being part of that, and watching what happens at the meetings. I don't feel like, since there's parents and an advisory group, that I intercede a whole lot into, the discussions about spending, especially then that funding, because then it becomes kind of my own priorities or my own wishes. And we have other things that we utilize their funding, or we have other ways to utilize funding without JOM. So I try not to get too involved in that process.
I hope they're just not out there doing whatever. They still need a superintendent.
You bet. You bet.
Okay.
No, and I am there watching. I mean, they're very careful about when there's funding requests. they talk things through. There's a parent or two who, when I give my reports, they tend to ask some pointed questions, which is good. I mean, it keeps me on my toes, just like you might.
Well, I did view the application when the Winterot people came down, and seeing that video and then seeing how that interview went. There was, which I thought key people, and they couldn't answer some questions, and they're not. I mean, these the people from Winterot were pretty much, they pretty much know what questions to ask, and it seemed like we were unprepared. We were for whatever reason, our people couldn't answer those questions, and so this is a big service, and so and because of that, I asked if you could put out a letter and asking to give a letter grade of how well that interview went, and it came back with an ugly D.
Some of it was a D, yes.
And I, I was prepared for like a C, but a D, so that's why I'm asking, how much you're involved in, and then also, as a new superintendent as well, I believe, you're new to and probably don't know what questions to ask, but we need to get our hands on it and make sure that the next time an interview takes place, and then you have somebody like Jermaine that jumps in and wants to help everyone, but we can't have her all over the place. And then when you look at these people are in those positions for a reason. So
no, I really appreciated the fact that you asked for the letter grades, and not only did I, but so did our entire team, because it wasn't just here. She gave us like a B- for something, a C for another area, and a D for this area. She actually said why, and the kind of things we could do better. So I can tell you that our people will 100% be better prepared. And I know most of them are on this call right now. I don't know if Dr. McGee is going to speak or not, but she's taken it upon herself to say, okay, so here are the things. It's good to know exactly what we're looking for now. But I think sometimes it's sort of like, what do they want to see? We'll decide these things. But with those grades that you asked for, and more so the explanations as to why those grades were what they were, I think that we're going to be much better prepared for the consultation next time. And I think we're going to be very able to answer any of those kind of questions that come our way.
Yes. And, with the IEC too, we need to get better at filling those seats, and I don't know how much longer we're going to get away with using new math to come up with quorum. That's the way I look at it. Or devising our bylaws to come up with quorum. We really need to get a handle on that and try to get people recruited for those. And I was asking the question, you weren't here, but I asked the question of, there was one member that was dismissed from the committee.
Oh, is there?
And but you were there?
No, she asked a question.
Oh.
And then Cientos gave the response about attendance and that. And I.
Yeah, I don't know the story to that, but other than, one was dismissed. And so, yeah, we're still coming into the same problems. And meaning the number of participation. Any questions, comments, board members? Okay, I guess we'll, thank you.
I don't have any comments, Madam President.
Okay. All right, thank you, Secretary Wells.
Again, thank you, Board President Aspes, Ms. Haskey, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. Thank you for allowing me to provide my presentation, and enjoy your evening.
Thank you. We'll go on to item K, permanent cash transfer by Doris Sutherland.
Thank you, Board President. I'm here to, on behalf of the Finance Department, to present the finance documents for this evening. I'm assuming the process is that you have these on your board docs and you've had a chance to look at them. Okay, so our first item is the permanent cash transfer that needs to be approved by the board. This permanent cash transfer is relating to our audit finding that we got for this last fiscal year that we just got. And I had them attach the audit findings so that you could see how that ties to the permanent cash transfer. What took place over the years, and it's probably not just one fiscal year, but as you submit reimbursement for the grants, sometimes the reimbursement is disallowed or there's an adjustment to it. And that expenditure should then move into the operational fund. And that didn't happen at some point in the years. So it ended up that they had a balance and they should never have a cash balance. It should all go back to operational. You need to move that expenditure out of the grant since it didn't qualify and you're not going to get your money back. So you need to definitely move that expenditure over. So that's what this does. This moves cash from operational to cover the expenditures that should have been operational all those times to actually clean up those grants and start off this year without having that liability with cash being there that shouldn't be, or vice versa.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
The audit finding, this is from the previous year, right?
This is the audit we just received late, yeah. But
are we allowed to?
From many?
Yeah.
Yes.
Has it been released and it's
no, he's coming
no longer an
Tuesday.
embargo?
Yeah, he's coming Tuesday, I think.
Okay.
I haven't seen the agenda for the regular board meeting, but he should be here Tuesday to get board approval
Okay.
and make the presentation. And once that's done, then yes, you can release the audit.
Not
to
that
the
I'm going
public.
to share any of it, but I just want to make sure that,
Right.
because we were told.
Exactly, yeah. The state auditor has approved it and we did get the,
Oh,
that's why
okay.
he's going to be able to come to the board and present
Okay.
it to you once he received that. And he's already scheduled time to start on this year's audit. So we had no really much time there to get, but this is a finding that shouldn't be repeated this year because we're able to take care of that now as we go along this year. So we've been working on that. So
And that's the
that will
cash
be a
transfer.
cash transfer. This is the permanent cash transfer to clean up those accounts so that we won't have that again this next year. So that'll be on the board agenda for approval on Tuesday. The next item on the agenda was the procurement over 60,000. And you've had that list. There were 3 this time on the report. Most of these are construction or, well, one of them is construction, one of them is fuel, and then the other one was textbook curriculum. So these are expenditures getting ready for next year. Questions on those? Okay. The next,
So are we able to ask how? you're correct, how is that being corrected?
Oh, for the permanent cash.
No, the 60, over 60,000.
Well, that wasn't an audit finding. That won't be corrected. This is just for your information to show we're supposed to bring information of any purchase over 60,000. And so that's what this is for information.
Okay.
Then we have all the cash accounts payable. I'm sorry. I probably should wait for you to tell me to go to M or.
No,
I was on a roll here.
Yeah.
Okay.
After 10 is.
That's free. Talk fast. Okay. So accounts payable disbursement, you have that listing. The total out of operational was 4.6 million. Activities 54,000. We have outstanding checks from operational of 8,000, which isn't uncommon because you've paid a lot of checks out at the end of May for teachers, and most of it's payroll that they're just holding out. One of the audit findings that they did get this year that I wanted to bring to your attention, that's on this audit that we are correcting, is that anything over a year old needs to be voided. So that was one of the findings. So we're going through there, having them go through and get those voided so we don't repeat that finding again. So hopefully that's 2 findings that we clean up. Okay. Then we have the expenditure reports, and these are going to be big expenditures the next 2 months because we're trying to clean up everything and get all the invoices paid. And so we had 4.1 million out of the general fund, out of grants, 2.3 million. And of course, capital outlay and debt service is 7.1 million. So those are your big expenses when you start into construction projects. So the revenue that the district received was 5.6 million in operational, 1.5 million in grants, and 395,000 in capital outlay. JOM expenditures were $42,232. So that's the breakdown of the accounts payable information that's presented to the board. Also, you have budget entries that you received and journal entries. Those adjustments were made, and you have the explanations on the sheets. Mostly those are just to clean up if something's paid out of the incorrect line item, we have to make that adjustment, and it's called the journal entry in the general ledger. So that's what these are, or budget journal entries if they need to make a transfer within their budgets. So those are the budget journal entries. You'll see that there's a big bar, a lot of bars, which is pretty typical at the end of the year because what you're trying to do is clean up most of these are called maintenance bars. You'll notice that most of them zero out. If you look in the amount, the adjustment amount is all zero because you're just moving money within their grant or within their program to make sure that they have sufficient funding to finish out the year, not go in the negative. So those are the majority of these at the end of the year are maintenance. Sometimes you have to make an actual budget transfer if you're moving money from like instructional to support or capital. You have to make those adjustments to give them to PED. So a lot of these bars take care of that at the end of the year too. That's all I have, unless you have any questions on any of the documents that you had before you.
So if the board members go back and look, are they free to call you?
Sure. Sure.
Additional information?
Correct. If they want to contact Steve, then he can reach out to me.
We'll do it.
Okay. And that's through Steve or Superintendent Carlson. Board members, any comments or questions?
No, just thank you. I'd say thank you for clearing up those 2 audit findings.
Thank you. Yeah, that's I've done a lot of auditing. In fact, I've worked with Byron auditing some school districts. So we have a kind of good rapport, but yeah, those two could have been handled. So they're pretty easy to fix. So hopefully we can clean out most of those for this next year. We didn't have a lot of time to work on them after the audit came out, but a lot of them will make progress on, definitely. So he'll see that when he comes back.
You ever get him to change a finding?
I've never had him audit my districts, but I have audited other districts with him. And some people can convince him to change a finding. Yeah.
Okay.
He's a very good, and I just want to say he's very good at teaching. Like he teaches you as he's audited to, he's strict, he's very strict. But you learn from him as he comes through the process.
I guess thorough
Thorough is the word.
The stumble.
Right.
And then you learn.
All I have at this time, Board President.
Okay.
You got one?
No one can go to each individual.
That'd be fine with me.
Do you need one of these?
Oh, I've got that pretty much down. I have 2 more items. Yeah.
That's why I'm not asking, go section by section. Thank you. Thank you for that confidence. So we'll go on to item O, Open Meetings Act resolution and work session, regular school board meeting schedule for school year 23-24 by Jermaine Chappelle and Sharon Ray.
Good evening, Board President, board members, and folks online. We have made a few changes to this year's Open Meetings Act because the Navajo Nation's health order was rescinded. So we have modified that. The rest of the resolution stays the same. Board President, would you like me just to read the portion that we changed? Or the whole thing?
Just the one you changed.
So the section or the paragraph that we changed is the paragraph, the third paragraph, the third whereas clause down. And as you'll recall in the past, we were following the Navajo Nation health order and having closed meetings and virtual only when on Navajo Nation. And so I'll read this to you and then you can let me know if you want me to make additional changes. Whereas the mask mandate and social gathering restrictions have been lifted by the governor of the state of New Mexico and the Navajo Nation, as a result, the board will resume having meetings open to the public. Additionally, given ongoing health concerns and public support of continuing to provide meetings via live stream, the board will continue to provide that option as well. The board further reserves the right to return to virtual only meetings should COVID-19 infections or other health or safety concerns be present. Therefore, public meetings conducted by the board will resume with in-person public meetings. The district will also continue to live stream the board's public meetings to accommodate those persons who may be reluctant to resume attending meetings in person. Given the fluctuating status of the COVID-19 pandemic or other health safety concerns, the board retains the ability and flexibility to continue implementing social distancing practices during its public meetings as it deems necessary. And then the only other change was to change the date to the upcoming school year. And that's it. Board President and board members, I stand for questions.
Any questions, board members, comments, questions? So, when did the social gathering restriction lift? Was it?
In the same order. That was a few months ago.
No, for Navajo Nation.
I can pull that out. We had a report on it at the board meeting.
I know we had the mask.
It also reduced, I mean, it lifted both the mask and the gathering restriction.
Okay.
I can pull that up.
Because I know when Nygren took office, then he lifted the mask. So that's when it was addressed. But I didn't hear nothing about the social gathering.
Board President, if you go on to the next topic, I can find that for you and circle back to it. If that would be helpful.
Okay. On my agenda. Okay, here it is. Okay, budget adjustment item. No. Where am I? Item P, that's the discussion and placement of Sebeta. Do we need any more discussion on that? Board members, do we need any more discussions, comments? We'll do a Wi-Fi.
No, one nice thing, you won't have to drive.
Madam President,
Yes, go ahead.
has there been a decision made?
No. This is just a discussion.
Well, I think for my part, I think we discussed it, passed it out pretty good last time at the special meeting.
Yeah, this is just in case.
I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Board Member Montoya?
I do remember an email going out from Steve regarding the lifting of the restrictions from the Navajo Nation President's office. So anyways, I do remember that though.
What we're talking about right now is item P, the discussion of the placement of Sebeta. And that just included on the agenda, just in case there was any more questioning.
No.
Okay. Item Q, discussion of early bond repayment by Doris Sutherland.
Board President, I think Eric Harrigan, who's RBC, is going to be online. I think hopefully he's still on.
Good evening, Madam Chair and board members. Hopefully you can hear and see me.
Yes.
Excellent. Well, good evening. So tonight, I guess what I wanted to kind of preface a little bit on this presentation, we're going to talk kind of talk a little bit and get a little bit sort of micro and just talk about the school district's GEO bonds and the district's GEO bond fund. And just to kind of, sort of caveat this, no federal impact aid or none of those revenues actually come into this fund. And so we're really going to be focusing on property tax revenues related to the mill levy that's imposed just for the payment of the district's debt service. Really not focusing on any of the other districts' funds. And I've spoken with Jermaine and Doris, and they've really helped me and kind of bringing me up to speed. And so really what I'm here to sort of talk about is where the district is right now, options that the district has going forward, and then being able to answer questions from the board about this process or anything that I talk about. So if we want to go on to the next page, these are going to be pages that you have seen in the past. This is information that talks about your tax base, and this really is the crux of the discussion, because there are obviously some significant things going on in your tax base with the closure of the San Juan Trauma Generating Station. And so we're going to kind of focus on and talk about those impacts and what that means to your GEO bonds, your outstanding general obligation bonds, and the district's tax rate. So we have provided a history of your assessed value. Your assessed value has actually grown over the last 5 years from about 746 million in total value to 810 million. But this is really your tax base is heavily impacted by what are called centrally assessed values, and these are values that are determined by the state, and the vast majority of those values really come from electric generation type of properties. So if you go to the next slide, talks about the major taxpayers, and we have provided here is a 3-year history and the change of those major taxpayers. So APS, Arizona Public Service, has grown in value from about 376 million to about to a little over 400 million. They currently represent about 50% of your tax base. The public P&M portion of the San Juan Generation Station has gone from about 185 million down to about 154 million. And there are various other electric generation, Salt River Project and so on and so forth, and they've remained relatively stable. But really, the Arizona Public Service and the P&M electric generation utility are by far the largest components of your tax base. So let's go on to the next slide, please. So when we take a look at the, and sort of pull out the electric generation components only, of your tax base, total electric utility is about 168 million of your tax base, and total electric generation is 478 million. So it is a substantial amount of your 800 million in tax base. So it is fairly substantial. If you look at just the P&M related component of it, it's about 204 million. As I kind of mentioned earlier, Arizona Public Service, which is about 400 million, is almost 50% of your tax base. Next slide, please. just to kind of as a reminder, the district has several different tax rates that it has imposed. You have your operational mill levy, you have your 2 mill levy, which understand the district has approved sending that question to voters in November to continue that tax rate. And then the other tax rate that the district has outstanding is your GO bond tax rate. And this is the tax rate that is levied to service your GO bonds, your debt service. And that's at about $6.81. And it's remained very level over the last 5 years. It's been very, very consistent. In fact, your total tax rate has been very, very consistent over the last 5 years. And so what I want to do is just kind of, draw your attention to that GO bond tax rate, because that's the thing that we're really going to be focusing on and talking about as we talk about your debt service, fund balance and sort of the options that the district has going forward. Next slide, please. So if you take a look at the next page, this is your outstanding general obligation bonds. And what I mean by these are bonds that have been voted and authorized by voters for the district to issue. You've got 4 series of bonds, 2012, 14, 15, and a 2020 bond. But all in all, the district has just a little over 20 million of general obligation bonds that have been issued, and those bonds are serviced by that debt service tax rate that I was mentioning earlier of $6.81. And so if you look at the table there on the right, your annual debt service, is about 3.8 million roughly a year. And then it drops down to about 3.1 million in 2026, and then in 2029 it drops further to about 1.8 million. And at that point in time, your bonds will have been paid off, and if the district does not issue any additional general obligation bonds by that time, your tax rate effectively goes to 0. Next slide, please. So one of the so just to kind of it looks like there was a slide in here, and my apologies that it didn't get in here, so my apologies about that. But just to kind of explain where the district is right now. So right now in the district's debt service fund, there is a little over $7.3 million in that account. And under state law, those funds that are generated by the debt service tax rate goes into a fund and is restricted only to the payment of debt service. And so you have an August 1 payment coming up this year, and that debt service payment is about $3.7 million. But due to the substantial amount of cash that the district already has in your debt service fund, once you make that payment, the district is still going to have about $3.6 million in your debt service account. And that's, while it's not equal to, it's fairly close to the debt service that's going to be due next year. And so the challenge is that the public education department is going to use what that amount of funds in your debt service account and count that towards your debt service payment next year. And so the district could be facing a significant decline in your debt service tax rate. However, I'll say this is that, because of the challenges that your tax base is experiencing, it's going to be important to hold on to some of those funds so that you can manage that tax rate over the next few years. And so we're going to kind of talk about some hypothetical situations of what happens to your tax base and what will the resulting impact to your debt service tax rate be. So on the page that is before you, if we assume that all of the P&M related centrally assessed values go away beginning in 2024, your tax base is going to go from about 810 million down to about 606 million. And that's about a 25% decline in your tax base. Now, if that were to happen, the district would still collect sufficient revenues to be able to pay your debt service. Your tax rate is expected to be in and around $6.50 in 2024, in 2025 around $6.80, and then it will drop as your debt service drops. We're not taking into account any of your debt service fund balance at this point. So if we go down to the bottom chart there, if the district were to see all of San Juan Chama P&M values go away and their centrally assessed values, as mentioned above, your tax base is going to drop from about 810 million down to 606 million. If we assume an additional 10% decline in your tax base, so a cumulative decline of about 32%, you'll actually see that your tax rate in 2025 will go up from your current debt service tax rate of about $6.81 to about $7.61. And so being able to, hold on and maintain some of that cash that you currently have in there is going to be important if this were to be, the case to your tax base. So if we go to the next page, and let's say we assume that if this were to happen, we would need to use about 415,000 of your currently 3.6 million of excess cash in your debt service fund to keep your tax rate level, so you wouldn't see that spike in your tax rate. And so the last table that we have here is really kind of sort of what I'm describing as kind of the worst case scenario, is that if you had to use all of that cash in your debt service account to be able to maintain the tax rate, should you experience very, very significant declines in your tax base, there is an ability to be able to manage and maintain your $6.81 tax base, even if your tax base were to drop by 40% in the next couple of years, and even as high as say 50% within the next 3 or 4 years. So clearly holding on to some of that cash that is sitting into your debt service fund is important. The challenge, though, is that the public education department, because you're sitting on so much cash in that fund, effectively almost enough money to pay next year's debt service payments, the public education department is going to want to drop your tax rate and use those funds and count those towards your next debt service payment. So I think the goal and the discussion that we wanted to have here is, one, you can use some of that cash to be able to redeem and pay off some of your debt early. What that does is that reduces your interest cost. It reduces your future debt service payments, so that you don't have as much debt service going out into the future. But at the same time, you're also signaling to PED that there's a willingness to be able to manage your tax rate. And so essentially, what I'm kind of recommending to the board is that if you are comfortable with that, for us, along with district staff, to visit with PED, talk to them about the excess cash that the district has in hand and the concern about the drop in tax rate and the expectation that we will need these excess funds to be able to manage that tax rate, and then come back after we, visit with, PED to come, and get their sort of input on what they see from the district's tax rate, and have a more concrete recommendation to the district in terms of whether or not, we need to redeem bonds or whether or not we're able to hold on to as much cash as we can. I know I covered a lot of information fairly quickly. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions of the board.
Well, because it's after 10. I don't know in your time zone. I was kidding.
I'm in Albuquerque, so same time zone.
Thanks, Eric. Board President, I just fill in a little bit.
That, and then I would like Jermaine to draw it out.
I have them here with me. I'm just kidding.
We're not all title loan people. Can you please explain by drawing it out?
So Eric, why don't we kind of go back a little on a couple points? I think maybe helping understand the concept of what happens if PED wants to lower the tax rate. Maybe from a consequence or an implication standpoint.
Yes, yeah, happy to do so. So the way that PED operates, and this is the same way that the Department of Finance and Administration works, and as they set tax rates, the way they do that is they take a look at your annual debt service that's coming up, the amount of money that you have in your debt service fund, and they effectively will calculate what is the tax rate based upon your tax base necessary to service that debt. So Jermaine, if you want to kind of write up on the board, if you will, I can kind of walk you through this.
I need a marker. So actually, before we do that, Eric, what I would recommend is we step back just a little bit more than that, and that is what he's essentially saying is the same conversation LFC had with us about having a high cash balance kind of applies to our debt funds or our debt service cash balance. And it's kind of a use it or lose it situation. So remember, the legislature gave us 100% of our property taxes, whereas before we only got 25%. So that's why, Eric, correct me if I'm wrong on this, that's why we have a little more than we thought we would have in that fund because the law changed, right?
Well, it's for so it's
we only got
several.
25%.
But
Yeah,
that
I
doesn't
mean,
apply to that service.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Apply to
for
your operation.
No, that's property tax. We have 100% of property tax now.
But your debt service, you always collected 100%.
Okay. So that part's a little confusing for me. Where did we see the increase in 100 when the law changed, Eric? Where did that go?
that went to operations.
Right.
It didn't impact your debt service fund. So all of that money from the change in law really impacted the operations and general fund, but not debt service, because the way that your debt service fund and your tax rate works is that the county treasurer levies those taxes, collects those taxes, and deposits those monies into the debt service fund. And really where that money has accumulated is that the tax rate has been higher over the last few years than necessary to service the debt, in part because there has been this expectation that the tax base in the district is going to fall, which in certain instances it has fallen. For example, for the San Juan generating station, it has fallen. But for Arizona Public Service, their tax base has actually gone up. So, if you will, there has been a overcollection of taxes, property taxes for debt service, in anticipation of a decline in the tax base.
Okay, so Eric, I just want to pause for a second. We've lost our board president, but she'll be back.
Okay.
That means we actually don't have a quorum right this second. Sorry about that, Eric.
No, that's okay.
But that did help
And I
me.
think this is-
I've been
This is
confused about
a
that.
discussion item anyways, I think, so.
Yeah. All right, so how do
Who
you
made
want
that
to?
happen,
Well,
as far
I
as
think-
the tax rate? To make sure the tax rate didn't change too much? I mean, how did that happen? Was that something that the board made a decision on previously, or is that the financial consultant?
It's partly, RBC consults with lots of folks, including the state legislature, and has really good relationships with LFC, for example, and PED on this point, right?
Was planning ahead. is
It's
what-
planning ish. But they do listen to these issues. I don't think they were planning ahead with respect to our tax rate on plant closure. I'm sorry. I won't go there, but, and I'm not saying our board wasn't planning ahead. I don't think the
Just
legislature
talking
was
about-
planning ahead.
Listen,
Sorry. That's just me, though. Nobody has to agree with me on that.
well, that's that. Thank you for.
That was an awesome presentation. Thank you. I'm sorry. I think this is.
I just wanted to summarize a little bit, Eric, of the things that the board asked me to make sure that we addressed at this meeting. And one of them was that you and I talked about was the use of the cash balance, applying it to the prepayment, and not being able to service that debt in the future. So you've addressed that on that table, saying, every year you can use that excess cash to hold your tax rate, which applies to the other issue that they had, was keeping that managing the tax rate and keeping it steady, so that if the district did want to go out for a GO bond in the future, that it wouldn't be the taxpayer wouldn't go from 0 to 6 point whatever % mil to pay for the debt. They didn't want to have to do that, because at some point the cash is going to run out, and the capital money that they have, they're going to have to either go out for a GO bond or just not do any major construction. And we had that discussion, saying that it's short-sighted to say that we're never going to have, CCSD will never have to go back for a GO bond, because there's going to be major, attention that needs to be paid to a lot of facilities. And after we get the 5-year master plan on Tuesday, I think they'll be able to see that we can address these issues, but look at these big issues that are down the line that we're not going to be able to address, and not having the tax rate staying pretty steady, then that would be a big shock to the taxpayer, to go from 0 or 2 to 6 mil. And so that was the other concern that they had. And then also, I like that
the taxpayers are used to that tax rate right now anyway.
The taxpayers are used to that rate. It's pretty steady if we can hold that. And that's the goal of most districts, is to keep that steady, so that you have the ability, if you need additional funds, it doesn't impact the taxpayer by drastically increasing their taxes on their next tax bill. So that was the goal, one of the goals that they had. And also, I'm glad you addressed the process of, how can we keep the money without lowering the tax rate? And we need to get that discussion going with PED in order to allow us to do that. And
you all would help us with that, right?
Eric?
Absolutely, yes.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, your recommendation is kind of a hybrid approach, which is to potentially pay some of that debt down, but not all. Is that what I hear you saying?
That is correct. And so what I recommend is that we visit with PED with the goal of maintaining that tax rate at $6.81. Seeing, and talking to them about the challenges that the district, is potentially facing in their tax base, and the need to be able to hold on to some of those funds. Maybe not necessarily all of them. I don't think they're going to let us hold on to all of them, but if effectively then come back to say, okay, we can hold on to X amount of those funds, and the remaining funds we will use to prepay some of the district's bonds, which will reduce the debt service in the future. It will reduce those obligations to the district in the future, which actually it has a number of good benefits. One of them being that it reduces your interest costs that the district has to pay. And the other is that it does increase the time that the district could go back to voters should it need critical capital investment that it could fund through general obligation bonds.
And just to tease that point out a bit, right, Eric? The reason interest payments would go down is because your principal would go down.
Correct. And you're no longer having to pay the interest on those bonds that you paid off.
Right.
Kind of like in a way paying your mortgage off a little bit earlier. You're not, you've now paid that principal off, so now you're not paying the interest associated with that part as well.
And so what I also hear you saying is that the board doesn't have to make this decision right now. And instead what you're recommending is that we have a team go to PED, which includes you all, negotiate essentially hold harmless raid on our debt service. Just kidding. I'm being funny now because it's late. But that we negotiate with them kind of a soft approach here so that they kind of leave us alone, understanding what we're going through. And then once we have that negotiation and an agreement with PED, come back to the board with recommendations on action. Is that what I hear you recommending?
Correct.
I did ask Eric if any other district had that waiver, so to speak, or exemption. And he said they have, but it's been with oil and gas. Mm-hmm. With the volatility in oil and gas, some districts, are getting crushed by that.
Analogous
so I think that we kind of can relate to that as CCSD and say this is a unique situation for CCSD as well. And even if we can hold on to it for a year, like Eric and I discussed, until we see the revenue coming in on a tax base for another year, then we can revisit it. If they'll allow us, we can revisit it again. And that could be part of the negotiation to revisit it the next year.
Absolutely.
Does that help, Board President?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if it was shared with you, Eric, that with our district, whenever we have these votes come up for bonds and it seems that the majority of the voters are from the reservation, and therefore they're not the ones directly impacted by the tax portion of it, and the smaller minority group is the ones that are, and
Sure.
I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yeah, no, I am, and those are all of the things that need to be taken into consideration when the district, if and when the district does want to consider a bond issue. Those are important things to think about. I think what our goal here is to make sure that your debt service tax rate doesn't drop and you use up all of that excess money that's in your debt service account. And then 2 years later, your tax base drops and then you see a significant spike in your tax rate. So I think that's really ultimately our goal here is to keep your tax rate managed so it's not going to go up in the future.
I got a comment.
Go ahead.
So basically, in respects, we're dealing with a situation that was initiated by the state, causing this and really putting us in this predicament of having to make these decisions based off of their own actions. And again, you've alluded to the fact that Ms. Sutherland has alluded that it's common in respects to the volatile pricing of oil, gas and oil. But certainly this here is more substantial in effect because this is a long-term investment that has been taken from our district, and then even looming in the very near future, APS went away. So certainly what I hear is a maintaining of that GEO bond for continuity and consistency sakes to the taxpayers, and obviously utilizing the excess judiciously without getting rid of it all at one time, but incrementally. So as long as those rates stay constant and consistent over the next 6 years, once it's instituted.
Yep, that's exactly what we're proposing is to, make sure that we're not seeing significant volatility in your tax rate and being, very mindful that we don't want to use all of those funds to redeem bonds. We want to keep some of those funds set aside to be able to manage your rate in the future so that you don't see a spike in your tax rate should you see significant declines in your tax base.
And again, the reality is that's what we're looking at. That's what we're facing, especially if APS goes down sooner than expected.
Board President,
Go ahead.
just by way of reminder, and I know we've talked about this before, but in addition to the comments Board President Montoya-'s making, don't forget, PNM has indicated they want to transfer their share of Four Corners to Intech. And when that happens, that will come off our tax rolls as well. So we will likely see a pretty dramatic decrease before APS leaves.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, board members?
Yeah, one last comment.
Go ahead.
I think it's pretty clear what we need to do now. It's just a matter of getting the state to understand PED, what we're facing, and hopefully allow us to proceed in that manner.
Quick question, Board President.
Go ahead.
Do we need a board vote to have a delegation go to PED? And so we should do that on Tuesday. My recommendation.
How soon?
I would recommend we start that during the interim before session comes.
Well, we have to do it before they set the tax rate in August.
Okay, well, there's your answer. now.
They're gonna set their tax rate in August, so we have to have the discussion with PED pretty well.
Okay. So maybe could we put that on the agenda Tuesday, maybe?
Do you hear that, Sharon?
Yeah.
And how do we word that? How will we?
I'll work with Sharon.
I think, Eric, did you recommend that we do a resolution, maybe? The board do a resolution authorizing the negotiation to just show support? That was in the discussion at some point. What do you think?
Yeah, board president and members and Doris, I don't necessarily know that we need to do a resolution at this point in time, just to go and talk, and we could have, we could have informal conversations with PED. We actually do that quite often, so I don't necessarily know that it needs to be, I don't necessarily know that the board needs to take, action on that, because we do this quite often with PED, for, other clients. And so we're, happy to have some informal, discussions, and to the extent that, those discussions get to the point where we need to, kind of enlarge the group that's having the discussion, we certainly can. But they have, in my experience as of late, PED has been, very accommodating to district situations.
Could authorize them, Eric, to negotiate on our behalf at the beginning? Formally for the beginning? He would be doing that anyway.
I would recommend a team with Eric. Eric's got the 30,000 foot level, but the on the ground issues, the plants, what we're seeing as impacts with homeless, I would recommend we have a district team and with Eric and you. Would be my recommendation. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Eric.
Any other questions,
You.
comments?
You
Board?
are more than welcome.
Thank you, Eric.
Have a good evening. Good night.
Madam President,
Yes, go ahead, Secretary Wells.
I'm the only one on the board who this tax actually affects. I can see the wisdom in keeping the tax rate. Is it the same? It's an easier pill to swallow than have it go up. Although I still like to see the district pay off its debt. There's a kind of a catch-22 for me.
I think we can do both.
So, I don't know if you were on the line, the last meeting, the special meeting we had, and then it was really, clarified, where, when we talked about SB 9, we talked about how, I thought that was gonna impact the Kirtland community as far as property tax, but that has nothing to do with it. However, if you go to the GO bond, which is short for Don't tell us.
General obligation.
General obligation bond. And whereas, if we don't pay that loan, and that's essentially a loan to the district, and if we don't pay it, then that's where the state can come in and up taxes for the Kirtland community, even though they caused it.
Yes, I did get in on that discussion. The only part I missed was the last part of the executive session.
Yeah, I say that, you know, that it's kind of crazy at that point if that should happen, because had they left our industries alone, you know, that wouldn't be the case.
You're absolutely right. But it was a political move, and there's nothing we can do about that now.
It was just
right.
No, I agree. But it makes better sense to me, logically, if the district pays down that debt or pays off that debt.
Yes.
Do you mind if I,
What's that?
do you mind if I respond on?
Go ahead.
Board Member Secretary Wells, I think what I'm hearing, well, not I think, what I'm hearing Eric recommend is a hybrid approach that would do both. Pay off debt, but also keep open the option of being able to go back to the voters if we needed to.
Well, I understand that option is always there, but I don't know, maybe I didn't understand, but the state could come back and increase the tax rate. Did I misunderstand something there?
If we can't pay our debt.
Only if we can't pay our debt, Secretary Wells, and right now we can pay our debt. So the concern that we have right now is that because we have extra dollars in that debt account, PED may actually lower and take, in a sense, take some of those dollars. And so what we're trying to do is balance that so that we maintain the same level of property tax that voters have right now without either going down or up, and also start prepaying some of that debt. But right now, we're not in jeopardy of having a tax increase.
Well, from the very first, when I realized that we had excess money and the state wanted to, when we met down in Albuquerque, no, in Santa Fe, the state wanted, it seemed to me that they wanted to know how come we had so much money, and they had their eyes on it. So I was for using that money back then to pay down the debt.
Yes.
To me, it makes better sense all the way around.
Yes, Cabinet Secretary Wells, I understand. We do have some excess funding. Some of it is non-discretionary, some of it is, some of it is discretionary, some of it is operational, etc. And I think as we discussed in the special board meeting, it will be up to you all, the board, to decide what the priority is, whether you pay down the debt or you also start chipping away at the historic underfunding the facilities. So you're right, that is where you all are, and that will be a board decision on that priority.
Well, and that's why I said it, to me, it's a catch-22. I'm the only one on the board who currently pays property tax. Anyway, that's just a comment.
Yes.
I yield back, Madam President.
Okay, any more questions, comments, board members? Okay, I guess we'll, it's already gone. We'll go on to, R, discussion on prioritization of impact aid cash balance.
I think you just had that there is a preschool, right?
Yeah. And that's just in case. Just in case. So,
Board President, I don't have any additional information as far as the cash balance than what we discussed earlier at the work session. So I would recommend that we have the discussion after we get presented the facility master plan on Tuesday. That comes up again when we start prioritizing the needs of the district as far as facilities and how we want to use the cash balance.
okay. Okay, we'll go on to item 4. Items for the June 20th, 2023 regular school board meeting. So we will start with Vice President Haskey.
I guess the only thing that I would ask is if we need anything to approve anything for the school safety summit. I know that our district was asked to help provide lunch on the first day. That would be the only question, if there's anything that we need to approve. Thank you.
I think if we let Jermaine cook, she'll go have more dates.
Do I get to vote on this? I think I need to vote on that.
So I think that's a good idea to put that safety summit on the agenda just in case. Sharon, do you get that? Sharon?
Yes, I got that. Thank you.
And then with that, I believe what needs to go out too is a letter saying a possible quorum for in attendance to that 29th and the 30th safety summit.
Is that for June?
Yes.
It'll be June 29th and 30th.
Good travels. Thank you.
You know. Oh. Vice President Husky, was that their only thing?
That's the only thing I can think of right now. Thank you.
Okay. And Secretary Wells?
I haven't heard anything about whether or not we have presented our superintendent with a contract. Could we look into that and have a report on it next week or next Tuesday? The end of the month is coming up, and if we haven't given him a contract, I think we need to.
Would you like your own legal representation?
I think that we did fine.
So you trust our board attorney?
Yes, I think she's ready to go with it. I think you gave her the walking papers and she's just been a little busy.
Okay, Secretary Wells, we'll have that. And we'll have a signing ceremony.
Okay.
Who's going to bring the cake?
Bring a smash cake. I'm not.
Maybe I can talk my wife into a carrot cake.
Yeah. Or bread pudding cake, the way it should be.
I think Vice President is back to eating sugar now.
Did you get that, Vice President Husky?
No, I didn't.
Secretary Wells says he thinks you're back at having sugar now.
Well, he is correct.
If you are Secretary Husky, maybe I can convince my wife to make another carrot cake.
That would be great. Thank you.
We'll have that for the signing ceremony. How about that, Mr. Superintendent?
What's it?
He said, how about that, Superintendent?
I would love some carrot cake. That's delicious.
He's all for it.
Well, wish me luck. I'll see if my wife will do it. I better. President.
Is that it? Just that contract, Secretary?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, me go on to Board Member George. We're on item 4.
Yes. Can we have a report on safety procedures that are followed for like the maintenance for like their aerial lift, the what do you call that? The man lift, or it's an aerial lift that they use in
man basket.
Yeah. Yes. And then if their harness is in, good condition for them when they get into the basket, and their certification on all of them, all the man lifts and the forklifts that they use, and also if they have a fire extinguisher when they're using the man lift in case of emergencies that happen. I'd like Mr. Carlson, if we may have a report of the employees who drive a district vehicle, like if they're living in Aztec, Farmington, Bloomfield, and they drive into Kirtland and pick up a employee vehicle and they drive it into Shiprock, where they're clocking in at as well. For instance, if you're coming in from Farmington and your work site is in Newcomb, are those employees clocking in at Newcomb, or do they go to Portland and clock in there and then go to Newcomb? If we can get a report on that, Mr. Carlson.
Okay, Board Member Montoya.
Probably first request is make sure you have this regular board meeting go into 2 days with all the information that we're going to be getting. But probably a list of all the grants received and how they're applied in the district. Every single grant that this school district receives and how it's applied throughout the district.
We'll do that in 2 days.
If it's just a quick summary, I heard we could do it probably right now. There's a couple of people.
And also, I'd probably hold off on the celebration for Steve until he hits 3 years, considering our record. Just saying.
Well, I pushed for a 2-year contract, but nobody go with me.
Executive session.
A point of order. I know it's late. Sarcasm can turn into something else. So regarding the length and what's all on the agenda coming up Tuesday, let's just be mindful of the time. You know, I really wanted to hold and keep the student at 5 minutes, but you know, things tend to leave from here as I'm not recognizing or not hearing the student either. So I don't want to be accused of that. So, but in all, I think we need to type on there, Sharon, that we hold our presentations and because of the length of the subjects, I would say even the board members, if we can, but if, you know, I really don't like tying the board members because this is like once a month. And this is not only the time for them to get or gain information, but also the audience that is listening. And those, they learn from these meetings as well. And then they're informed. So I know it's when we declared candidacy, we didn't ask the times, the time limits, the hours. So keep that in mind. Okay, so we got everyone's input, and I don't have anything more to put on the agenda for Tuesday, other than just put that on there that we keep presentations to 3 minutes. And so we'll go on to item 5, adjournment.
I move that we adjourn this meeting.
I second.
Okay. Roll call, Vice President Haskell.
Yes. Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Meeting is adjourned.
Y'all have a good night.
Thank you all.
You too.